stories and discussions we've heard over the past days. And not only the content, but the sharp, thoughtful, articulate, and also passionate and poetic way all these stories have been delivered. So I'm eager to continue the conversation today. So master planning and micro planning, top down and bottom up, mega projects and tactical urbanism. These familiar and mostly inadequate dualisms may nonetheless help us to frame some meaningful questions this morning about the choices, options really, that are on the table and as we face massive reconstruction, and not only in Ukraine. Surely we know that such challenges and opportunities will require planning and action across all scales. Certainly at the regional, national, and even global scales as we rebuild infrastructure, supply chains, housing, and other vital systems. And yet, these are precisely the kinds of undertakings that in the past century have often been couched and conducted using the language and strategies of warfare itself, ironically. So questions of scale are inseparable from important questions of process, of course, representation, agency, empowerment, and transparency, but also from questions of time. We will this morning, I think, hear that tactical intervention can be a kind of rehearsal for much more extended projects, but also an important avatar in the faster space and time, for example, of art, as we heard yesterday, and modes of intervention like those described so movingly are no longer purely epiphenomenal, decorative afterthoughts, but essential and even leading the way. They are also vehicles for the maintenance and importance of local place and knowledge, which should be, in effect, the prime contractor in transactions now and going forward. This, I think, is not only a matter of decolonizing with respect to old empires, but also in relation to the ever-evolving strategies of global capital, the advance guard of which clearing the way for its smooth and safe flow are these days a few giant multinational, multidisciplinary design, engineering, and construction firms. I don't need to name them here, but we all know that they are well versed in the opportunities of disaster capitalism. And yet, the real question facing us is how we rechannel and control the considerable necessary resources of would-be colonizers and profiteers in this situation and others facing us. And this is just one question for our extraordinary panel this morning. I know that in the chat there are full bios, so I will be very brief in my introductions, which does not imply lack of respect. First up is Christina Crawford, who is an architectural and urban historian and associate professor at Emory University in Atlanta. Is Christina on board? And I'll turn it over to her. No?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Take it away, Christina.
Okay, Ellen, I think you have to unshare your screen.
Yes, indeed. I will try.
There we go.
Yeah.
Excellent. So thank you for the nice tee up here, Alan. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation to participate in the symposium, which has just been an incredible 2 days so far, really phenomenal collection of people. So I come at this topic of master planning and microplanning from two overlapping fields, planning practice and planning history. So in my short remarks here, I'll speak to this interplay between practice and history and offer just one historical example, some aspects of which might paradoxically be useful in Ukrainian post-war reconstruction planning. So to start, I'd like to cite Iryna Matsevko's remarks from the first day of the symposium about the importance of thinking about architectural heritage beyond the discrete object. And I'd like to extend her argument to think also about the heritage of planning methodologies from the past. And specifically, I've been thinking about potentially productive carryovers from the Soviet architectural system. Now, as Polina Baitsim noted in that same panel that Iryna was on, any sort of advocacy for Ukrainian Soviet art or Soviet architectural heritage is, of course, complex and fraught. And so I just want to mark that from the beginning. But in Soviet times, architects were often viewed as pawns of the state, whose agency was reduced to a process known as привязка, which I believe is the same in Ukrainian and Russian. And привязка was this kind of minor tweaking of otherwise very standardized architectural types. But what if typological design of buildings and planning units, this extremely Soviet methodology, could be harnessed to assist in post-war reconstruction? So I want to play this idea out by looking at one positive historical example that I've researched, the Kharkiv tractor factory. And I'm going to just share my screen for a couple of images. So this project, which was built and which persists despite repeated Russian shelling, is a factory, which is at the top of this site plan, and its so-called socialist city, which is the residential quarter to the south here, and built in Soviet Ukraine in the early 1930s. This is a site that's well researched by Ukrainian scholars, including Yevgenia Gubkina, native of Kharkiv, who will speak later today, and the Kiev-based historian Iryna Makrusova. So I want to thank them for their scholarship. As a practitioner, I appreciate in this historical project what I see to be a fairly fluid movement between the micro, the meso, and macro planning. Oops. So the micro on the left, let's call it the atomic unit of design, is the private residential unit. Then accumulation of the standard unit yields residential building types, which are then arranged on standard blocks that also include social service buildings like workers' clubs, schools, canteens, and such, and that's on the right. These residential blocks are repeated, mirrored, flipped, and then fill out the macro level site plan, which was this. This project was led by head designer Pavlo Alyoshin, who oversaw a team of young Ukrainian architects and students from Kharkiv and Kyiv. And they worked under a triad of pressures that may sound now somewhat familiar. So the pressure of scale, this is a very large scale problem. Pressure of time, it needed to be done, completed incredibly quickly. And of course, a complex program. So it was typological design at these multiple scales that permitted this site to be planned, designed, and constructed quickly. Now, this was a very top-down planning project, a process which we don't want to repeat. And in this historical example, there was no community discussion, no user input. The architectural brief, which sits in the archive, reveals that the planning methodology here was high modernist, technocratic, and environmentally determinist. The future residents were viewed as subjects to be acted upon, and that's not at all what I'm suggesting for the 21st century reconstruction effort. What can be taken from this earlier episode is perhaps a hybrid planning model that accepts architectural and planning standardization for its speed of response, but proposes that enacting привязка, or this kind of tweaking, that the tweaks to the standardized forms respond not only to environmental difference, which was the case in the later Soviet period, but more crucially to social needs and desires. So architectural adjustments will be co-formulated, co-produced between designers and the public to address hyper-local concerns that emerge from wartime trauma. Co-envisioning, co-designing, constructing, and living in these collaboratively adjusted types may in itself act as a national therapeutic. Now, lastly, and in closing, I'd like to offer up a view of planning also as a mode of transnational circulation and communication. So in this historical example that I've just shared, design and construction was multinational. So on that site, Ukrainian architects were joined by American, Czech, and German engineers, a circumstance that captured this site in a web of transnational connections. And though we might roll our eyes at the invitation by the mayor of Kharkiv to Sir Norman Foster to replan the city after war, and to be clear, I do not support that plan, we might also be able to reframe Foster's involvement as an asset to the city. While not the main designer, he could nonetheless draw attention to Kharkiv to elicit support from an international community of planners who also wish to help, but who respect that the work to frame reconstruction responses must be led by Ukrainian designers and the Ukrainian public. So my open question then is, what are the pitfalls and benefits of transnational collaboration in Ukraine's reconstruction? And what should the limits on that collaboration be? So thank you very much. I look forward to the other presentations.
Thank you, Christina, for sharpening my questions with a very provocative example. And now we'll move on to Oleksandr Shevchenko. I think, Oleksandr, I have your slide, or you can show it as
I will
well.
show it. I will show it. Thank you.
Good. Take it away.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oleksandr. I'm extremely happy to be here as a part of this symposium on the reconstruction of Ukraine, which covers the topic really from many different sides. And I allowed myself a bit to reformulate the title according to what we do with my colleagues. And I called it Micro and Macro Planning for Ukrainian Cities. So I'm the leader of the NGO, which is called Restart Ukraine. It is a team of multidisciplinary specialists being in Ukraine and basically thinking of how can we make the best out of the resources we have and out of the situation within the process of the recovery of Ukraine. And within this short period of introduction, I would love to focus and guide you through two different perspectives. I think we should be having two Ukrainian cities, which is the level of the city and the level of the country, saying that in our opinion, it is impossible to recover any Ukrainian city without consideration of the new macro model of Ukraine from various points of view, which are economical, which are environmental, which are demographical, and which are, first of all, security related. So on the screen, you have like two images out of numerous data we have been collecting during last 6 months. And at the right, you have like 3 layers overlaid in one country. So at the background, you see some hedge, which is the areas of invasion in the north, in the east, in the south. With the different gradients of purple, you have different productivity of regions with the link to the export before the war. So you can see and imagine immediately what are the regions which have been more productive during the last decade. And being productive directly corresponds to the cities, because very often, especially in the east and in the south of Ukrainian cities, they're often based on specific factories or plants, I mean the cities. So a city can be existing around specific factory. A huge number of people could be working there. So, and then the last, the third level is the transit. So you see in yellow and in purple, existing and future transit corridors for developed and designed for the Ukraine as a country. So we suggest that we see Ukraine in the future as an ecosystem of cities and municipalities, and hence having 3/4 of our territorial border and marine border with Russia, we see that at least economic, but also the other layers directly impact the content of our new cities in Ukraine. So at the right, you can see the city of Chernihiv, and it is right in the north where this small airplane sign is being drawn. So before the war, even before the war, the Chernihiv region was the least dense in Ukraine, according to the statistics. And now, being like some few 50-60 kilometers from Russia, and with all the borders shut, it appears to be in a deadlock. And the numbers say that for the beginning of the year, Chernihiv was populated at the number of 285,000 people. But during the biggest crisis in March, April, the population decreased to 85, so minus 85,000 people, so minus 200,000 people who left the city. And then we come to the question, okay, we would like to recover and redevelop Chernihiv, but here come the sequence of the main questions, like for which amount of people, which would be the economic pillars who would be driving the city, and like where they will be specifically based within the city. So these and other major questions, like how to bring people back despite the proximity to the border, how to motivate them, reestablish their small and medium enterprises. And this brings us to the dialogue of the national and regional level, which is any more about the policy from the Kiev, which is implemented on places, but it is a match of visions of different sizes, which should match each other, which should be holistic. So on the map at the right, you see the map of Chernihiv with a few data layers, where you see the red squares, which are the areas of the damage and the destruction, which is around 20% of the city area, with the small dots of different size. You see the shelters and the radius around them. So you see how the city is covered in terms of the shelters. So this is another side of this question. Okay, we can brainstorm about this conceptual level of what is Chernihiv supposed to be. However, when we come also to this microplanning, we see some certain defects which are not to be only removed technologically, but it's also a matter of the new relation of people within the city. It is a matter of how the land, if needed, might be redistributed. What is the legal aspect of that? And definitely what we can say now, this reconstruction should not be only reconstruction after the war, because there have been existing a number of challenges even before the war. And the observation of the recent years were showing also a number of upcoming challenges. So we in Restart Ukraine see definitely this period as a momentum to address them together, so that in few years our plans are not outdated again. And just a small human story about Chernihiv is that you might heard a lot of stories about Ukrainian railroad, which was evacuating people all across Ukraine. However, Chernihiv was not the case here, because if you look at the map, so Chernihiv is in the north, and you see the railway in the black and in gray the road, which are the bridges which were blown down. So it is a matter of risk profiling and assessment. How can we ensure that evacuation is possible? So in our work, we see three key directions, which is the recovery, early recovery, the scenario for the growth, but also then the scenario for the emergency reaction, thus building a resilient city. But we cannot build a resilient city on the scale of the city. We need to involve the country. And this is a huge debate on the coordination and communication today in Ukraine. And I will stop here and pass the word back to Alan. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleksandr, for adding yet another layer to our discussion. Now to raise some questions about the planning profession in Ukraine. We have Oleksandr Anisimov. Oleksandr is an urban planning researcher with a special interest in urban governance, land and housing policy, and metropolitan planning. So I have your slides as well, Oleksandr, but you may want to show them yourself.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Alan. If I may, so thank you everyone for inviting me and also for this wonderful 3 days that are yet to be more interesting in the upcoming hours. Well, my also interest here is maybe to raise the question that we cannot answer on the scale of our discussion. So is it visible, my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
So my kind of question that I arrived at that I thought would be interesting to discuss is what to make of urban planning profession in Ukraine, right? And the issue why did I actually chose this? Why did I choose this question was that I'm interested in how do we answer, well, the question that Alan raised in the beginning, and then Christina also added later, is that there are set ideas, interests, power holders, all of the things happening around. There has to be actually someone to be able to make those changes or make those projects happen. And I will be made too critical or maybe too skeptical about what's happening, but in my personal opinion, there is no urban planning profession in the country right now. There is some history to it actually, because the privatization of planning practice and in general, the marketization of socialist economy led to the demise of professional planning institutes and professional planning projects. As well as privatization of the practice did not actually lead to the increase of quality, and it did not lead to increase of research, interest in the topic, or any other academic or professional practices and projects around. But what I wanted to share, in fact, is not to talk about the past, but to talk about the future. How do we go on from the point where we don't have a planning professional in Ukraine to some place where we do have it? But the funny thing was, I checked out the Ministry of Education website and database about their scholarships, the state scholarships, this remnant of Soviet system that actually covers not just the best students, but in fact, half of all the students who study in Ukraine. And I looked at master's degrees in architecture and urban planning. It is also funny in a way that somehow they're not divided. So in the latest edition of their classification, this is the same profession. And in the whole country in 2021, we had 410 architecture students, and we could guess the number of 800 being the total number, around 800 in the whole country, who are graduating master programs each year, who are graduating. And the interesting thing is not just the abstract number about planners or architects. It's about what state does with absence of money, absence of resources to fund high quality education, absence of instruments, and also absence of interest to influence the market. Because also it's often considered that all the professions, well, maybe not medical first of all, or not in the educational sphere, but such as IT technologies or marketing or law, they are also very much so the market would be interested to produce them. But somehow the state got so much involved in that since 2015 to 2021, the number of master students in information technologies rose threefold. And the number of students in architecture and urban planning rose something like 20% in general. And then, of course, because of the war, we had a downscale of everything because universities relocated and students had to relocate. But the new, the latest data from 2021, so how many positions and how many scholarships did the state disperse, was quite interesting to me because it, for me, I thought, okay, there would be a huge need of people who are able to handle the reconstruction process, right? There have to be some interest of the state to, fund either new scholarships or programs or institutions or something that could deal with the new challenges that arise. But it actually didn't happen. So since the beginning of the war, I think it was somewhere mid-June or mid-July when they decided on the number of scholarships, they decreased it. And the funny thing is, maybe there are also no universities to teach that, but considering the efforts and the places where they put this immediate reaction chain, winterization, interest in finding place for leave for IDPs and so on, somehow shadows the problem that we actually don't have professionals to redevelop the country. And the appearance of Norman Foster is not just out of nowhere. Obviously, he could appear anywhere in Philippines or in Macau or somewhere in South Africa. But he somehow also appeared in Ukraine, a country which had at least 6 universities preparing urban planning professionals since 1960s. And that has something to tell about the condition of the profession or of the sphere where do we want to redevelop the country, redevelop the cities that were shelled and so on. And therefore my question would be that the state taking responsibility for developing new economy based on information technologies and so on is, however, unable to understand and concern itself with the problem of having absolutely nobody or almost nobody to take on the quest for redesign, redevelopment, system thinking about the future of cities and communities around the country, which I would say is a huge problem. And this point would disallow us or would unenable opportunity for constructive and peer-to-peer redevelopment with international partners and national companies. So my quest would be, or my question would be, how could we deal with that, or what could we make of this condition that we have now for the future? Thank you.
Thank you. You raised obviously a very critical question. If we are to rely on local knowledge in these critical times, there needs to be obviously some support. And I guess the moral of the story is, before you have smart cities, you need to have cities in the first place. So finally, we will turn to Iryna Miroshnykova, who is an architect and partner in the practice of Forma in Kyiv. Her current research is on Ukrainian monofunctional cities. So I think she has some research interest in common with Christina, certainly. Iryna, do you have slides? No.
No, I don't have any slides.
Good for you.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, thank you for the invitation. And during all these days, I was listening and thinking, what should I talk about? And yesterday I decided maybe it wouldn't be so interesting to talk about monofunctional cities in the case of war, because for me, it's too difficult to talk about this now. And instead of that, I wanted to share, I wanted to talk about role of an architect through architectural practice of our office, and just to share our 200 days experience, the last 200 days experience. Just shortly, I want to tell that how our office was established. It was founded in 2007, and we have lived through a lot in the course of the last 15 years. Survived in financial crisis of 2008, working in 2014 when the initial phase of the current scale up with Russia began, and continue to design buildings and public spaces through the COVID years. Over the years, we have been able to develop a certain resistance, getting used to and manage risks associated with constant and oftentimes sweeping political, social, and economical change. The initial stage is very important in our work. During this stage, we gather the necessary information, study context, assemble a cross-sectional team of professionals to make sure that the subject of the research is looked from different angles, disciplines, and people from different walks of life. This makes it possible to avoid narrow-minded, superficial, or ungrounded decisions, and allows to make a confident and well-argued proposal. So going back to the war, after the initial shock, my partner Oleksandr and I agreed to pursue two main goals: to restore the work of our design office and to refocus the attention of our team on thinking more positive and constructive than endless reading of the news feeds in the bomb shelters. While it did start developing tasks for ourselves and in areas in which our experience and knowledge makes us most efficient and effective. The beginning of this year looked very promising for us. We had 14 ongoing projects. Following February 24, start of large-scale aggression, there was only one left. An exhibition at the Venice Art Biennale. And the center of the Biennale project was the installation of already completed artwork by prominent Ukrainian artist Pavel Makov, a piece at the time stuck in Kyiv surrounded by Russians. Therefore, it was too risky and logistically challenging to transport it to Venice. So we were forced to start anew and recreate the art piece with Italian manufacturers from the scratch. Leaving this experience, we understood the creative crowd that is those who represent artists and cultural circles in the general, whose voices and roles in this war are crucial, and found themselves in a very vulnerable place. So naturally, we thought about to create an art shelter. And after gathering artists and representatives of other cultural occupations together with NGO Museum of Contemporary Art and giving name community, we began our work on art shelter project. our main goal was to create a place designed to provide housing and workspaces for artists, musicians, architects, and other creative professionals who were deprived of an opportunity to work normally at the time of the war. Taking as its reference the format of the art residence, the project primarily focused on creating a work and living environment. Now, our project, supported by Tbilisi Architecture Biennial, has become an important strategical component for the Center of Contemporary Art at the Prompt-Prelude Renovation in Ivano-Frankivsk. It's another project which survived, let's say, now. And why I'm talking about this? Because through this example, I want to demonstrate the significant role of an architect and importance of being able to objectively and independently formulate goals and tasks and act on them, the power of supporting the teamwork and uniting those who care. Yeah, that's it.
Great. Thank you, Iryna, for adding yet another important scale and mode of intervention to this discussion. In fact, I would offer that layer of space and access to space may be in the short run and in the long run the most important task facing design professionals, and where we most need the kind of local knowledge that is aware of opportunities to act on and in public space and begin to restore safe and access to really brutalized cities and populations. That, in my mind, takes priority, perhaps always, over large-scale multinational infrastructure projects, because it is the infrastructure of daily life. And after perhaps water and food, safe access to a city is the crucial step. Well, all our panels have suggested a number of ways that and levels that we can begin, and people have begun, of course, to intervene. And I'd like to open more discussion on that front with the necessary parallel question that Oleksandr raised of capacity. What do people on the ground really need to be able to effectively mobilize? As an outsider, I've been enormously impressed in the course of planning and then attending this conference at the seemingly resilient capacity of many of you out there. But of course, there's more to it than that. So how do we restart a process of engagement and intelligent intervention, not only on behalf of local communities, but led by local communities? Thoughts on that as we give our audience an opportunity to write questions in. Who will dive in and say me?
I have not so much an answer to that question, but perhaps a comment and kind of like an open question to all of my colleagues on the panel regarding this question of kind of the educational foundation, or let's say the kind of lack of that. For the past bunch of years, I've been an application reviewer for Fulbright Ukraine, and specifically for architecture and planning applications. And what I've noticed from, and this is to Oleksandr Anisimov's sort of prompt here, is that in terms of architectural education, I mean, the students have quite robust portfolios, but almost every single one of these applications that I have read are for planning or urban design applications abroad. And so I guess I'm asking all of you, I mean, is it true that those, those of you who are at the kind of the forefront of urban planning and design in Ukraine are already part of a kind of transnational community of planners and urban designers because of this, because of the lack of kind of educational support within Ukraine?
If I may, so that's something a very manifold issue. But what I was thinking is that if we take it as a more structuralist view, I'm so sorry to point this out in such a conference, but anyway, right? So what do we have as the players that are now were basically behind the system of urban development? Those are most cases, even not international corporations in Ukraine. Those are very simply construction companies led by the most unsophisticated people with very poor understanding and poor visions for the future of the cities and everything else. Yeah, some architects been taking on the role of reshaping the developers' visions and trying to sell them ideas that those developers did not get, but still somehow they're subscribed by them. And the thing is, in that system, there was no need for a planner ever. And the funny thing that planners since '99 were employed only by state agents. And the funny thing over that is that because we had for such a long time this tradition of state planning without, in fact, real feedback loops, without real criticism in the system, that both systems kind of became obsolete and underdeveloped. So neither the feedback loops or structure of possibilities inside state institutions did not develop to any kind of competitive level within the national system, nor did local or private companies develop capacities or interests in doing those projects on the same level or in the same scale or with the same time frame. So what we have is kind of a fallout or kind of the demise of this scale thinking with the quality processes behind them. And the structural forces that I'm talking about is that they are still here, and they are those who are leading the development discussion. If you open up the panels held by the ministry. Who are there? Mostly the developers. I mean, there are activists obviously there in some various options, but I would say there is a lack of professionals, especially independent ones in those panels, those who do not subscribe for somebody else's personal visions. There is great lack of academia, especially people who are forward thinking there. But there is this narrative that people, that this process can be led by market. And the thing is, if it can be led by market, then the question arises, in fact, who will be those people who actually do things? And those, unfortunately or fortunately, will in most cases be architects, not even planners. And that's in the case where we actually have at least somebody with an architecture education for that. But no, in most cases, in some cases, but in most cases, there will be people who were just signing some papers. So this structural force of having developers behind, behind the whole system, which disempowered education to be critical, to be competitive, to be interesting, to be forward-looking, actually are there. So the structural forces are there. I mean, in every way, in the political scene, on the local councils, in the state, in the ministry. These are the things that we cannot disentangle with discussion. This has to happen with elections or some kind of a very serious rethinking of those things behind.
A good point. This is, of course, something you hear almost everywhere. Let the market lead. And we know all too well what that means in most cases. And in my experience, for developers, architects are of limited usefulness, but planners are mainly an inconvenience. So I would be glad to hear proposals on that, and also more about the disconnect that you mentioned between this kind of critical discussion and what's going on at the ministerial level. We already have a number of questions, and I will actually begin by trying to combine three of them. Two of which directly reference the importance of energy and resiliency planning in reconstruction. One of them says, what do you think if Ukraine can create a new kind of city, ecological, safe as well? And one talks about our increased knowledge of zero energy building and the possible role of that and climate resilience. And one is just more general and directed to Iryna in particular. How will architects rebuild buildings? Is it going to be the same as before the war, or will there be a new approach? Anybody want to respond to this theme? And we have yet another one along the same lines, addressed to Christina and Oleksandr. How are the aspects, features of sustainable design incorporated into the process of macro and micro spatial planning?
Sorry, Alan, can I answer the previous question?
Sure.
Yeah. I think this question was discussing last days, and partly I agree with what was talking about Oleksandr about lack of specialists, but I want to argue a bit because it's not only a question about, of course, it's a question about education, but not only about education, because we should think about architecture, independent architectural practice. We don't have it. It's just in the beginning, because before we have project institutes, and now I think with the first generation of independent or dependent sometime architects. This is the main thing. The second thing about reconstruction of Ukraine, this is not the question for architects. It's a question of the team specialists. We need the team, and also during these days, probably all of us saw how many brilliant, talented young people we have in different fields, like a specialist in different fields. So I'm quite optimistic, and I think that we should do this and we should start, but of course in a collaboration. So it's not for sure not just a task for an architect. Yeah.
And you have perfectly anticipated the latest question that came in while you were speaking, which is along the lines of, can we leave these decisions to architects and planners and policy? How do we engage other fields, and more importantly, this says children and future users? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I will step here for the last few questions you were mentioning. Those are many, and even more were not really sounded yet. So Ukraine exists now with far more questions than answers, which puts us mathematically or economically in the position of a startup. So we have certain actives, we have certain assets, which are limited, and the main goal right now is, in my opinion, for Ukraine is not to fall down in a dirty loop of the economic regression, which will make all the further developments impossible. Because if you look at the numbers necessary to recover Ukraine, we need far more than we can get. So it is a function in time. It's not that we have all the resources in the world right now and we can sit and do things one by one. So the bottleneck here is time. And I would rather agree here with Iryna than with Oleksandr. Then, of course, we need more capacity of people to recover Ukrainian cities, of course. But let's say, what is the average of a full cycle specialist being taken from A to Z, which is far more than 5 plus 3 plus 2 years when he or she is able to deliver. And we simply don't have this time. So I think it's a matter, how do we improvise at a certain point in a good way with all the resources we have. So it's not like a huge amount of urban planners well taught to the EU standard. Of course not, but like, there is a number of people who have been abroad and returned back. There is a number of independent practices. There is a number of the high-level technical specialists. And I believe, and this is what I see now in the questions, the matter of the recovery, it's not exclusively about urban planning and architecture. It's about new principles which will enable us living back better. And here I would also emphasize on 2 points that we need to understand that Russian troops moving to the borders of 1991 will not automatically mean that the war is over and that it will not start again. So we need to handle a bunch of risks, amongst which we have, from one side, a threat of another war in 7, 10, 15 years, but at the same time handling the sustainable growth and the upcoming climate change, because it is not a very popular topic to talk about. Last 1-2 years, it was the early sign of lack of fresh water in the south regions. So let's say Mykolaiv, how do we develop Mykolaiv according to the vulnerability of the port, or Kherson, sea level rise and extreme climate conditions? So I think here I think it's often easy to try to apply the conventional way of urban planning. However, we are now a bit in different circumstances, which need sometimes not very traditional solutions in terms of combination of people, in terms of participation, in terms of problem solving.
I see 2 of my colleagues have their hands up. First, Christina, and then Oleksandr.
Oleksandr had his up first, so I cede my first time here.
Okay. Oleksandr.
Yeah, thank you, Christine, for giving me the way out here. Well, I'm glad to have some kind of difference in opinions about what issues should we actually tackle, because otherwise that would be much more of a conventional small talk than a real discussion here. Because I actually think that this is that this view of tackling problems is not the problem that we do not need to take on what's currently there. It's the need that if we do only that, then we face those problems yet again and again and again. In every cycle of education cycle or every cycle of economic downfalls, we find ourselves in the same position somehow, that we don't have resources, we don't have institutions, we don't have capacities to work with the problems that arise. May those be problems of societal character, migration, ecological character, other kind of conditions. Systematic ignorance of on the side of ministry and on the side of the state of having people with not just strategic understanding of conditions and planning ahead, but also on the ability to monitor and to reflect on what's happening and to give independent advice on those, has been to our own, has been a serious shortfall of the politics in the last decades. And what I think is very much relevant to most of the countries. It's not just about Ukraine per se, but the issue is because of the absence of independent voice from the profession as well here, which is not the case in the UK, for instance, or not in the case in the US. Although there are several things that we do not share with the countries, but there is a voice of those professionals that can reshape their profession, that can listen to anthropologists, that can listen to sociologists, that can listen to ecological planners, that can listen to architects, urban designers, whatsoever, yes, and reshape their own aims, reshape their own agenda. But the thing is here is that ecological planners, sociologists, architects somehow all try to grasp the complexity of urban planning or regional and spatial planning without actually having the necessary skills and understanding. And that's what I've been seeing throughout the last years in Ukraine, all over the country. That a lot of initiatives coming up with a lot of plans cannot unfortunately supply the very much needed strategic visions for the cities. And although capacities have been built in several cities for strategic planning and strategic understanding of how to work with spatial environment, this is nowhere close to being competitive on the world scale, nowhere to being able to be competitive even on the scale of Eastern Europe with other cities. I mean, quality of life is obviously dependent in Ukrainian cities, not only on the developments of the last 30 years, but on those inherited qualities that were unfortunately top-down planned from Soviet time. And in most cases have not been significantly improved, but unfortunately significantly lost due to privatization and lack of maintenance. So my point would be here that looking forward, not to then survive in the next 3 years, but looking forward to having a country that we want to live in depends on the quality of people and the quality of skills and the quality of application of those abilities and visions to the cities and habitats we live in. And that lack is apparent because when the first invigoration will show off in 1 year or something, and when volunteers will go back to their IT jobs and people will get back to their conventional day-to-day practices, and we'll lose all of those motivated people around rebuilding, then the old post-Soviet processes will actually happen all over again and reintroduce or replicate the mistakes of the past, because there is nobody to reflect on that. And there hasn't been a serious discussion about what has been wrong with the cities on the scale of regions, on the scale of specific communities. So I would rather think of having all those different timescales in the head at the same moment to not to lose or not to re-emphasize the recent scale or the scale of the upcoming years more than the need to emphasize the time scale of 10 years or so.
Good point. Christina.
So I liked Oleksandr's analogy of the startup, and also his acknowledgement of this kind of excess of questions to be solved. And I think like part of the issue of planning that's so sort of long-term, large-scale planning that's so difficult is the scale, both in terms, like temporal scale, so the 10 years, 20 years beyond, but then also the physical scale of planning can become so abstract that it feels difficult to make any meaningful intervention, right? And this is especially true, of course, if there's a limited capacity, just in terms of people power and intellectual, kind of people power. But I guess, one thing that we haven't talked about so much, with the exception of Iryna's example, is also the asset of tactical interventions and doing sort of making space and engaging the public on the ground as a way to seed kind of future planning. So I guess, I wonder whether we could, as a group, talk a little bit about the way in which to link kind of smaller interventions like the art shelter, or let's say like, certain housing typologies that could be tested and then kind of brought forward. So tactical interventions, maybe, either, any of the other panelists who are on the ground and working and thinking about this.
Very timely, Christina. We have 2 questions along those lines. One begins somewhat ominously with these words: "It seems like urban planning is a tool for hidden violence," and then references various participatory options, which I suppose might include tactical projects as well. And the latest one begins with a reference to our colleague James Scott's book, Seeing Like a State, where he issues a pretty damning assessment of state planning, and ends with a similar question to yours. How do we engage these urgent needs and issues in a way and at a scale that is open to not only a change over time, but a multitude of voices? Thoughts on that? I see again, Oleksandr's hand is raised. Go ahead.
I'm just not sure if I'm in position to take so much time, but well, if there's nobody answering, I will try to go on with Christina's question and those posed in the Q&A. Well, quite simply, like starting with the latter one, I don't share the same thought about state planning. I actually appreciate state planning. And the problem, I think, is the view that the failed state planning has been so much highlighted by the different media and, well, whatever kind of informational pieces we gathered around the world, that state planning has always seen as ominous project or an ominous force that is not allowing some spheres or some individuals to develop fully because of something and something. But I recently came about a nice book about marketing rights. What it was discussing was about that right to a property is a constructed social idea that is not inherent in most of the constitutions as such as an idea of unrestricted right or as a natural right. So it's a right that has some kind of limitation. And in a way, our understanding of this right allows us or disallows us to think of the state or municipal or communal intervention in the land use, in planning, in spatial environment, and so on. But as soon as we get the idea that the market is actually only wishfully most efficient user of space or market forces, and that it has actually been so many times proved that necessary state and municipal intervention leads to more controlled, sustainable growth with a much longer term security for social issues and health and other kind of systems. That this continuous discussion about the problem of state intervention, I think, is fraught by itself, because it has never been really proved, except for the places where the state intervention was so badly planned in the beginning or so badly introduced that it became kind of a scapegoat of all other projects or something. And based on kind of on this point, so I would actually say that we have the retreat of the state in Ukraine in urban planning for several decades, and I don't see there much positive results in that. So obviously there are new developments, there are new ideas, new concepts. I mean, we've all seen so many public spaces springing up in the late maybe decade or something. But in general, quality of life, especially in the newly built areas, is not even comparable to most of the projects built in the late 80s. And that would be a weird thing to say, because we had all of the concepts in the mind of all of the ideas of private market, all of the ideas of what can we actually do with that. But we had no ability to make it coherent, make it a systematic, value-led project that would actually explicitly develop some quality of life in the areas we develop or build up. And that for me questions the idea that we already had both experience, right? We had all of this satellite planning that is always was failing behind the schedule, failing to provide the requested and the proof quality of life it was telling about. But we also have another approach. People taking on the responsibility, developing this extensive suburban areas without any infrastructures, developing all of those high dense environments without social infrastructure and without space to be actually there. We have both of those cases, and we somehow did not reconcile ourselves with the idea that there is a necessity for an adequate and also both, as they tell it, the planning that is, well, material, conceptual, and procedural. So the specialists who would guide other specialists or who would make rules for those things, those people are unfortunately not present or have education dating back to early 90s and late 80s.
Thank you. Meanwhile, Iryna and Oleksandr have raised their hands. Iryna.
Yeah, shortly, just yeah, I totally feel and understand what Oleksandr is talking about, but I think it's kind of evolutionary process. It's not possible to how to say, to jump through this process. I mean, like, we are living through this, and I will try to explain my example. Like, when I was studying in Kiev National Academy of Institute of Architecture and Construction, to go somewhere abroad and take a practice or summer school was something amazing and almost not possible. But now for the younger people, it's quite common. And we have already those specialists who are coming back and who are ready to act. So I think we should give a chance to local specialists. This is just I'm trying to be a bit more positive in our prognosis.
Oleksandr, and then Sophia has her hand up.
Thanks. Yeah, I also will try to be short in a way that the situation today is such as it is. And I think it's a matter of mental perception, which path do we select? Of course, we can highlight the weak sides of the existing system, but eventually I agree with this evolutionary approach where this system will not change unless there is additional ingredients in the soup. So the soup will be bitter if we have only pepper there, which means that we need to mix and to cultivate the other components, which are the civic society, which are the professional community, which is also the private sector, which was raised a few times in the questions. So I do believe that there will be no ideal situation. And I think the thing we try to imagine right now as an ideal will be far from ideal under the conditions of the upcoming events and factors. And I would suggest using the good enough approach, which is not that far away from us. and by this having a higher dynamics in reaching U and U levels, which means cultivating this tactical urbanism and tactical projects on this local scale, multiplying them, which will make this, let's say, urban planning, but it's not urban planning, it's multidisciplinary, this environment more dense, more variable, and then yeah, it's it's a non-linear process, and we do not know in advance what would be the most optimal trajectory. So our action here would be to create this density of trajectories, so we have a higher chance to succeed.
Thank you. Sophia, I was hoping you'd jump into this conversation. So help us wrap up.
Yeah, we will be wrapping up, and I'm just would like to reiterate a couple of points which resonated with me a lot in a way, and I think are really promising. I think that the volume of challenges that we have kind of, like it pushes us structurally. So, and this is really like create that, be aware of that possibility. And also be really, I think, important. It's not only about architecture and urban planning. I think that everybody, of all of us in Ukraine, but not only, it's about reflecting your personal experiences, which is right now is transformative. What Iryna was saying, what all of you were saying, how you not only go through that, cope through that, but also, like create it into your professional. And I think that it's not only about that the pot that need more of ingredients. I think that there is like the whole pot and the whole stove is changing. And I think that this is also a way to like reframe how we see education. It's true that we would need better programs, better schools. It will take time, but you can also imagine that architectural studio can be a learning place that we kind of share and open up. And in a way, professional thing is also, it's about guarding your, your skills. And we are in the sense, in the situation of lack, it opens really the possibility of this cross-boundary and helping and vulnerability, which leads to a cooperation. And I think this is really something to appreciate. And something, the last is this translation between tactical and long term. I think this is something that has a good and great potential, I think, in for this, but also for other spheres that we are discussing throughout this conference and this symposium. So thank you for all of your contributions and also your work.
I agree that we shouldn't just fall back into the old dualisms of this versus that. We need at this point all the tools in our toolbox. And many of you have said that in effect, and we need resources from all over, obviously. But the primary resource, I am convinced, are these kinds of conversations. So I thank all of you, and I apologize for any questions that we may have missed under pressure of time. But I know the show needs to go on to the next act. So with that, I'll pass it back to Marta.
Yes, thank you, Alan. I want to thank you and all the panelists for such an engaging conversation. Also, I'm sorry that we were not able to reach all the questions, but we have a registration, and should you like to reach out to the panelists, I'm sure we can arrange for those discussions, because very central to this symposium is that we're casting a wider network, and so that there can be further cooperation beyond the bounds of this symposium itself. So thank you so much. We continue with the second session. The topic is restitutions, appropriation, expropriation, and regulation. The panel will address topics that deal with the realistic aspects of Ukraine's political economy, and one that is less communicated and publicly shared in the media. It is attempting to look at how Ukraine's economy will survive throughout this war period, and how it will be sustained and supported through international coalition building. And further to this will be questions and topics evolving around the issues of economic sanctions toward Russia, while the ultimate sanction of the elimination of gas imports remains disputed and discussed. And taking this into account, how is the country to sustain a political economy, a post-war economy, while Russia will always remain with some kind of gravitational power toward the country? With this, I would like to introduce Denise Ferreira de Silva, the panel's next moderator, who is an academic, an artist, a writer, an author, and a professor of social justice at the University of British Columbia, to present further the participants of our next session who are also actively involved in these questions. Welcome, Denise.
Thank you, Marta, and thank you all for this very important conversation. I would like to say that I am speaking from the unceded ancestral lands of the Musqueam people in Western Canada, in Vancouver. And what I will do, I will introduce all the panelists now. I'll give all the names and affiliations, so as the conversation will flow. If you can speak on the order that I introduce you. So our panelists are Dr. Joanna Kusiak, who is an urban sociologist at King's College, Cambridge University. Simon Johnson, Curtis Professor of Entrepreneurship at MIT School of Management. Vladyslav Rashkovan, member of the International Monetary Fund Executive Board and member of the International Advisory Panel for the Ukrainian National Recovery Council. Dr. Oleksandr Kravchuk, economist, co-editor of Common Journal, Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna. Iryna Gubkina, architect and theorist, Urban Forum Center, Kharkiv Institute for Advanced Studies, University College of London. So I will let the panelists speak, and then I will speak at the end. I prefer to listen to them and then bring my thoughts at the end before we open for questions for the Q&A session. Dr. Joanna Kusiak.
Good morning, and or actually good afternoon, depends on the time zone. And thank you so much for the invitation and to talk about this really important topic. Just a quick input, because I know the focus is on the discussion. In my research, I focus on restitution in two contexts. The first is in Poland, in Warsaw. And it's a in a way, very specific story, because Warsaw was completely destroyed during Second World War. Then the land was nationalized under the socialist government for the purpose of reconstruction. Then the reconstruction was achieved with public labor and public money. And then after 1990, in the new political context, there were discussions about the reconstruction, but because of this complete reconstruction of the city with public money and on different grid, so the landlords look different, the restitution was a very controversial question and was never legislated by the parliament. And what happened in Warsaw in the end, that it turned into a business of a small group of lawyers and businessmen that used this narrative of the historical justice to actually dispossess public land in the city. So that there's one, I think this is what this example in the context of thinking about future of Ukraine, and we really don't know what's going to happen yet in so many frames. I think one thing that needs to be kept in mind is that this notion of historical justice can sometimes cover around of different types of injustice that becomes then superimposed on the original injustice of war. And from this context, I am indeed also working now together with a Syrian colleague, an architect, Dr. Amar Azouz, thinking about the possibilities of future reconstruction of Syria. And Syria is also still, the conflict is still ongoing. The political situation is by no means clear, and it's in the ways it's very complicated in terms of different forces and stakeholders. And what we are trying to pay attention to is that in Syrian case, the Assad regime is using property, housing, land, and property also as a form of weapon, in a sense that property becomes weaponized in parts of the struggle against against Syrian rebels or independent Syrians. And the way this is achieved is, for example, that the landlords of Syrians who escaped the war are being taken over or dispossessed by the regime. The property rights are being superimposed. So formally, when it comes to property title, more and more land in Syria is now being owned by people very closely associated to Assad regime. And this needs to be kept in mind potentially, even if we imagine that the Syrian conflict is over and we have free Syria, whatever, that means. If we would proceed with restitution in the standard formal way, simply looking at the property titles, what might happen is that we would then reproduce this injustice, and in a way it would benefit people who got their property because of the close association of the Assad regime. So again, the danger of using simple legal frame of property title might be that the new round of historical injustice is superimposed on the old injustice. And so first I want to put it into the discussion as something to keep in mind. Also with a set of questions, especially to Ukrainian colleagues, because I mean, at least as of my knowledge, the discussion in Ukraine is not yet so far, even in terms of who owns this land that, of places that are now completely being destroyed. Because any reconstruction demands intervention on property. Often, like legally speaking, even removing rubble from the site is illegal without the permission of the owner. And there's always a big question, who pays for reconstruction and how does it transform into new property system? So one proposition that we are trying to work on with my Syrian colleagues is to try to secure property lands on more collective level. Rather than just individual level, because if you have individual level, you always have a risk of this speculating with property, and indeed in all reconstruction contexts, also if we think what happened after war in Yugoslavia, in no case there was a success in saving the ethnic diversity of those places, even if some ethnic groups kept their property titles, they end up being forced to sell. So the only way to try to keep this social diversity and keep certain version of historical justice would be to try to, maybe inspired by more aboriginal land rights or indigenous context, try to secure land rights for certain groups rather than for individuals. And that is, of course, the details always need to be adjusted to particular cases, and because it's a situation of war and conflict, there's a lot of insecurity, but there's definitely one route that could be taken. So I think by way of initial input, I will finish here, and I'd be looking forward to more detailed discussion.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Professor Johnson?
Thanks, Denise, and thanks to the organizers of this important and timely conversation. So I just want to make three points in these opening remarks. The first is I think it's super important to keep in mind that the war continues, and we don't know for how long. And whenever active fighting stops, I think we should be realistic and understand that the possibility of renewed attack, including attacks that target strategic, high-profile parts of the reconstruction effort, are going to be a very real possibility. And I think it is now a good time to consider ways in which the reconstruction process can be made resilient to the threat of Russian violence, which unfortunately, I think, may continue for a very long time. The second point is that compensation is obviously owed already by Russia to Ukraine and Ukrainians for the enormous amount of damage, the loss of life, the human suffering, the displacement of families, and of course the damage to property in its various forms, both private property and socially owned infrastructure. We can talk about the exact numbers if you would like. I think it's a little too early to have definitive estimates given that the fighting continues. But I think also that the general principle of specific, well-measured, extremely carefully documented losses, that principle exists. It has already been laid before the international community. The point has been made from the very beginning. And I think that the case for compensation, large amounts of compensation, which would be payable over many years, that principle is established, which leads to the third point, which is how do you get the Russians to pay? Now, there are various ideas that have been discussed, including using frozen Russian assets that are held outside of Russia. And we can discuss those more if you would like. I think some of the property of the oligarchs may be applied towards these compensation claims. I doubt that the G7 will want to immediately apply the Russian foreign exchange reserves that are held outside the country. I think those will remain frozen for the foreseeable future, and that may also be useful as a way to dissuade Russia from future further violence. We'll see where the thinking goes on that. And Vlad Rashkovan, who's with us, is a leading expert and very much in touch with that thinking. So perhaps he'll have something to say about that when he speaks in a few minutes. But I would say that the main point to really focus on, including if you want to do that today, but this is certainly the active discussion at the level of countries and international organizations, is Russian energy exports. You see, the key point here is, unlike, for example, during the Cold War, when the Soviet Union operated within its own economic bloc, the entire modern part of the Russian economy has been focused on exports, primarily of fossil fuels. So Russia's number one export for a long time has been crude oil and refined products, petroleum products. Number two has been natural gas. Number three has been coal. And then on down the line, they have other exports, including, of course, grain. Now, I understand that the Russian leadership's thinking, and this has been reflected in some of the European reactions, has been that these exports of fossil fuels confer power on Russia, power to cut off natural gas supplies to Western Europe, powers to potentially destabilize the oil market, and there are some pressures they can put on the coal market as well. But I would suggest that what we're beginning to see now, and this includes through the latest actions or announcements of the G7 and the movement towards imposing a price cap on Russian oil and refined products exports, that what's beginning to happen here is that Western countries, or let's say Ukraine's allies, which is some of whom are very much in the eastern part of the world, as well as in the western part of the world, depending on how you define it, begin to understand that Russia needs to export. Russia needs that revenue. Russia, by the way, is using that revenue today to buy drones from Iran and artillery shells and other equipment from North Korea. Russia needs cash, hard currency cash. Without that cash, they would also have a great deal of difficulty maintaining the stability of the ruble, which would further contribute to their economic difficulties. And so the question arises, how much Russian energy do you want to buy and on what terms? And of course, we do have precedent. The most notable example was the so-called oil for food program that Iraq experienced in the 1990s, where if there is sufficient agreement among the buying countries, you can determine how the revenue flow from other countries. Most of this flows through the dollar payment system, for example, currently. How much of that revenue should go to the Russian state and how much should go to a compensation fund, let's call it, that pays out to Ukrainians who suffered these horrendous losses. Now, of course, the Russians will say that that's their money and it all should go to them. But seriously, what are they going to spend that money on? And let's say that the fighting has stopped some months or years from now. How much free cash flow do you want to allow the Russian state to have to support whatever they have in mind in terms of rearmament? I think that is going to be a very, very important topic and one that will draw a lot of international attention. And while it is the case, and this is what the G7 current policy recognizes, it is the case that the world needs, in some sense, Russian oil in the short term. If all that oil were withdrawn, the world price of oil will be higher, there will be economic consequences and so on. How much oil and gas and coal do you really want as a world to buy from Russia? And how do you want that revenue to be divided? And, frankly, if Russia decides to withdraw from selling its fossil fuels for the foreseeable future, if they'd like that to be zero, and that seems to be what they're signaling on natural gas, fine. And that's the world we'll have to live in. Another path forward has been offered to them, one in which they will receive less than the world price for that oil, which, by the way, is already happening through market forces. The G7 seeks merely to reinforce that. So, if Russia wants to sell and to split the revenue with the Ukrainians against whom it's created these massive injustices, I think that could be a productive conversation. If Russia decides to close itself off and not sell anything to the world, that's their decision. They will not, in that case, be buying from the world, and life in Russia will be significantly different than it has been over the past 2 decades. Again, choices that they can make for themselves. But I think it is the responsibility of the world at the level of the G7, the European Union, other countries that are willing to participate in this conversation, to really evaluate with people, including with people here, how much damage has been done, what needs to be done in terms of rebuilding, what is the just and appropriate level and distribution of compensation, and then to seek that compensation from the Russians in terms of a, let's call it long-term lien on the revenues that they generate from exporting fossil fuels to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Vladyslav?
Thanks, Denise. Thanks for inviting. And, look, there is no doubt that Russia, being the aggressor in this, unprovoked, unjustified, the illegal invasion of sovereign and free Ukraine, and it has been discussed heavily during the last 2 days, though I mean, Ukraine has been fighting with Russia is not only for its territory or independence or freedom, or even for struggle for its European choice. Ukraine fights to protect and preserve the European values, the humanism, the democracy, the globalized world. Our army and people are, protecting liberal idea, concept, multiculturalism, tolerance, inclusiveness, all those were the atoms of the current global order, which Putin's Russia stands against. And so for Ukraine, this war is also for senses, for ideas and dreams. And speaking about the political economy of Russia war and following up the reconstruction, I believe we need to split the timeline somehow, to the several stages. And I use my own, which I developed the concept of 8 re and 1 more. And duration of these stages is difficult to predict. Some of them are subsequent to each other, others overlap in time. But understanding the periodization is necessary, since different stages of reconstruction and later, the reparations are associated with different political players, different political arrangements, different instruments, and their prioritization. And also important to understand when the Russia will compensate to Ukraine all the damages which it brings. So let me very briefly to explain, this periodization. First, the reanimation stage. The invasion brought the massive destruction of critical infrastructure. We saw the fastest growing refugee crisis since Second World War. We saw also the collapse of international trade routes due to the blockade of the Ukrainian ports by Russia. We saw energy shortage in Ukraine and deficit. Combination of all these, war factors compressed in a very short period of time could have brought the lethal consequences to the Ukrainian sovereignty, but Ukraine sustained. And it's not only due to the Ukrainian bravery, and not only Ukrainian army and the wisdom of leadership, but also due to the help of the international institutions. In March alone, with historical speed, the money from IMF, World Bank, European Investment Bank, EU, US came to support Ukraine, totally around like a 3.5 billion, like in 20 days. This has never seen before, at least I don't know from the economic history, where the IMF would come with a decision of like a $1.4 billion in 7 days. Those who know, for IMF, it requires maybe like 15 weeks to come to the more or less support to the country. And without these, let's say, reanimation, which was given by international partners, discussion of reconstruction probably would be not possible. The next is a rehabilitation stage. All those, millions of people, millions of Ukrainians who fled to their homes, to neighboring countries, and even further, to US, to Canada, they received a lot of support from the hosting countries. European Union provided temporary protection schemes, which assumed the residence rights, access to labor market, access to housing, social welfare assistance, medical assistance, and also Europe, in many cases, provided the means of subsistence for Ukrainian refugees. All of this helped, also because it took a little bit of pressure for Ukrainian budget to support those people. European Union allocated a lot of resources to help Ukrainians to do that, and it could be also considered as a part of rehabilitation. But next, Ukraine state needed some relief, and some sort of relief came from the government. For the government, came in July from the official creditors of Ukraine, from G7 countries and Paris Club creditors, who announced their intention to suspend, the principal and interest payments for Ukrainian bilateral debt for actually until end of 2023, and maybe even further extended by one year. The private creditors also supported that as well, and according to some estimations, it will save Ukraine around $15-20 billion in the next few years, which can be also spent for the Ukrainian reconstructions. Sanctions, which Simon just said, especially sanctions on energy export, they don't provide direct relief to Ukraine, but they really, reduce the Russian war chest in the war, and therefore they help Ukraine to fight this war. Fourth rare, goes for recovery, and we are somehow, at this stage now, especially on fast recovery, and we are still short of resources, but we already need to reconstruct the liberated city and prepare them for winter, which is coming. And Oleksandr Shevchenko on the previous panel was explaining the difficulties of this stage using the case of city Chernihiv. And there is a lot of uncertainty, and to understand how many people we need to do, how many people will live there, where they will live, considering also the number of refugees abroad. And again, I agree with Simon that ongoing military actions put a lot of questions how to reconstruct something during the ongoing war. But we also need in parallel to relaunch and restart the economy. We need to do everything possible to return people back to Ukraine, not only from the humanitarian perspective, but also not forgetting that people are labor force and also consumers. Minus, let's say, 5 million people who are currently abroad puts a lot of strains on the future potential growth of Ukraine. And I hope that the restart stage will also come with resilience, which will be, and Ukraine government will be able to pursue the new liberal economic policies, work to improve rule of law, fight with corruption and also monopolies, which were obstacles for the inclusive growth of Ukraine before the war. But returning people to Ukraine also raises the question of reconciliation, and among different internal groups in Ukraine, we need to reconcile a lot internally. Speaking about cities like Irpin or even Kiev, are those who stayed in those cities were during the most hot battles are the heroes, and those who fled the country are cowards. We need to discuss it. Or when we will liberate cities like Kherson, those people who stay there and let's say selling food in the shops, are they collaborators or victims and hostages of the war? We still have to go through this painful dialogue within the country. At the same time, I don't believe in the reconciliation with Russia, maybe during the next few decades. It will be very difficult, discussion, even if whoever will be the leader there. Large reconstruction, or massive building back reconstruction, or building better back, is still to come. And believe. This stage will come with a full speed only after our victory. And the World Bank issued a damage report this week saying that there's around $350 billion needs for the reconstruction, including $105 billion, immediate needs in the next 18 months. So far, the sources for this reconstruction are not defined. But they immobilized, these or frozen $300+ billion of Russian assets, state assets, or sanctioned Russian oligarchs' money are clearly one of those sources. And I agree with Simon about the difficulties, but of this process to use them to compensate the destroyed infrastructure in Ukraine. But still, we have to go for this. We need to go for the legal changes in different countries because Russia is a hostile invader, and they should compensate some part of the destroyed infrastructure in Ukraine. And while the time for reconstruction is still to come, the planning should be done now, and that's why this dialogue during this symposium is so important. We need to bring really a lot of the thoughts of global thinkers, architects, urban planners now. Not when the time will, when the war will end. And later will come modernization, modernization of the country, which is not, only about reconstruction of infrastructure. We really need to work a lot about the, adapting the so-named like a new social contract in the society, to develop the new social material, because Ukraine before the war was not Poland, it was still going very far from Poland. We need to go there. We need to become more Europeans. Again, coming back to the rule of law and our, habits. And again, those 5 million people who are currently in Europe, it's an uncontrolled economic experiment, for people living in completely different environment, not in post-Soviet environment, but really in the European country, which succeeded in their transformation. And later, I'm sure, absolutely sure, that we'll go through EU accession, and this path is will be longer, but we will succeed in that because joining EU is a civilized choice of Ukraine. Let me stop here.
Thank you, Vladyslav. Oleksandr?
Thank you for introducing and for inviting me. Warm greetings from Kiev. My role today is to put on the table the question of Ukraine external debt. So let's start. Ukraine suffered almost $300 billion losses in the military destruction of infrastructure, housing, businesses. And it is clear for me and for all of us that it will take decades to restore all of this. And that's why we are certainly grateful for all this help from Western partners, especially if it happens on a non-repayable basis. However, I propose you imagine Ukraine when the war is over and the reconstruction is underway. What country are we fighting for? What will Ukraine's economic policy look like? How to live without the remnants of the Soviet heritage, like a heavy industry which has been destroyed under bombs in Donbass, and how to find advantages for Ukraine to take a decent play on the world market. In my view, before stepping this road, we have to regain our economic sovereignty. And only after that, we can distribute resources for our aims. But to do this, we have to get rid of the external debt of Ukraine. Today, it amounts to $60 billion, and half of it goes to international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. And let me say a few words about the nature of their support. Till the 1st of July this year, after the 4 months of invasion and after the 8 years of the war with Russia, the World Bank didn't list Ukraine as a country in country. It allowed to give us loans on standard conditions, like for the countries with middle income. I find it difficult to define this differently than profiting from the war. Yes. As for the scale of the debt yoke, last year payments on interest alone were 9%. It was the largest share of Ukraine's state budget. This even exceeded the total spending on national defense. And we see today the consequences of this on the front line. Organizers didn't allow me to use more than one slide, but and that's why I decided to show you just on the trend of that burden. So I will try to demonstrate my my screen. Yes. Do you see this graph? Yeah?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so see this green line is the total state and state guaranteed debt per one person, and this summer it exceeded to 63,000 hryvnias. So each citizen from baby to an elderly already owes 63 hryvnias to foreign creditors. And on the second line, red line, you see the raise of the minimum monthly salary, and it didn't grow so fast. State and state guaranteed debt amounts to 10 minimum salaries in Ukraine. This is just like one bright example. So that it's difficult to find resources in these circumstances for our development. We are told that this story began long before February 24, and what we need first is to repay our old debt and confirm our reliability. But the Ukrainian people should not be responsible for it. The thing is, almost 30 years we lived under the pressure of foreign creditors who provided support for so-called reforms in socio-economic sphere. And we played nice. We privatized our strategic industries for a penny. We have almost abandoned our social support solidarity system, reoriented towards the export of raw materials, and so on. And by the way, Russian blockade of Ukrainian ports once again shows how precarious this position is for Ukraine. And today, the war has given us one more chance to put an end to this mess. And Ukrainian authorities should stop playing the role of good borrowers. And we see today that in order to raise the money, they already implemented austerity measures even for doctors and teachers, and it cannot be allowed. So it's time to write off Ukraine's foreign debt, and we have many reasons for this. First one, corrupted elites. Previous authorities accumulated this huge debt, aiming to cover the own drain of national wealth to offshore jurisdictions. The second one, injustice, because loan agreements were signed without public participation behind the closed doors and on terms that were not favorable for Ukrainian society. And the last but not least, lack of alternatives. One way or another, Ukraine will not be able to pay all its debts. And be honest, we are staying on the verge of default. And the only question is, on what terms the cancellation or even reconstruction of these debts will be made. And now it's important, I want to emphasize, not to fall into the trap of 2015 when creditors dictated us all the restructuring conditions. Is it possible to do without new loans? I believe that this goes hand in hand with new economic policy. It should stop the pumping resources from Ukraine to offshores, provide just taxation, and finally transparent governing for social responsible economy. But first, we need to cancel Ukraine's foreign debt. We have already started some international campaign for this. And I do believe that this issue will begin a wider discussion on neo-colonial relations between the core and periphery of global south. So for me, the question is, maybe we can discuss it further, what roadmap should be developed and what kind of measures of pressure for Western governments should be invented to make these steps real. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleksandr. Iryna?
Sorry, Denise, there was a mistake in the email I sent you. Yevgenia is in fact on the next one. Apologies for that.
Okay, so okay, we completed. No problems. Thank you all very much for actually so much for your interventions and for raising so crucial questions at the opening. And as I was listening to you, well, as Joanna was speaking, immediately what came to me was the question of the future, and the question which you all spoke about it in different ways. The question of the future for a country that's now undergoing so much destruction as it is the case with the wars, but at the same time, we are all now witnessing what globalization is all about. It is as if 20 years later, we realize that our degree of interdependence is such that it's not only on the basis of a shared humanity that we care about what's happening to the population of Ukraine, but also on, you know, in our daily life. But then when you talk about reconstruction and talk about restitution and you look into the future, that is what comes to me is exactly the question of what would be the global limits for that reconstruction. And I was, you know, as each one of you were speaking, I was thinking about, for instance, and that's something that Joanna signaled very, very quickly in her comments, how, you know, the problem is that the solutions may generate further economic subjugation. Yes, and then also, perhaps more importantly, the war itself is generating some conflict and modes of some profit and modalities for profit making. So one question that I have for you, and I'm not asking you to answer the question, but I just want to think about the question. So how, if the global economy, if the war is reshaping the global economy, and if that reshaping, as we know, will generate new modalities for profit or reanimate old ones, how can you, what are the possibilities for real reconstruction, assuming, knowing that Ukraine, like other countries, are part of this global mechanism? What could be the limits of reconstruction under this new, you know, if that is the case? That's one question that I think is important, not only for Ukraine now, but for us, as we realize that we live under this interdependence in such a painful way. This on the other hand, and then on the one hand, and then on the other hand, another question that comes to me, which is more thinking in terms of what Vladyslav was talking about, the new social contract, made me think about, you know, this interdependence is also about a global contract, and in this global political configuration, obviously connected to the economic side of things, is what will happen after the war, and this new reconfigured global economy. What would it need? Would it need Ukraine as a failed state that might generate a, you know, work for, towards, and support of a reconstruction economy, or this reconstruction, what, you know, the actual true reconstruction is what will become more profitable in this new global political economic configuration. So those are the thoughts that came to me, and I was thinking about that. Also having in the back of my mind, anyway, I'll be quiet because there is so much coming, and we have a couple of questions already in the Q&A feature, and then of course, if you have anyone who has a question can just use the raise hand feature and ask the question. But anyway, if any of you would like to respond to my wonders about the future, this global future that we see now, be nice. I don't know. Joanna?
Thank you. Thank you also for this wonderful comments. And I will respond, but not necessarily by way of answering the questions, but more about continuing the complicating of the questions asked, which I think is the best we can do at this stage. And just to build directly on what you were saying, I think first we have to keep in mind, first, when we say reconstruction after the war, and the current geopolitical situation, even this idea of after the war remains very unclear. I mean, if you look at Syria, there is no agreement. Are we after the war? Are we still during the war? It really depends who you ask, which means this way or another, this reconstruction might happen amidst some kind of very heated conflict. So that's one thing to keep in mind also when designing solutions, is that it might be very fragmented, that most probably it won't be like we know in Europe, at least, we're still here largely in the European context. When we think about reconstruction, of course, we remember the 1940s and 1950s, where on both sides of the Iron Curtain, the reconstruction was pretty much a top-down project of a very strong state. The state might have been socialist or might have been capitalist, but this capitalism was also different from today's globalized capitalism. And therefore, there will be globally fragmented conflict amongst many different stakeholders under the system of globalized neoliberalism, in which real estate is a primary source of financial speculation. So on the one hand, we will have to figure out the ways of funding, building, and working with groups on the ground. On the other hand, we know that there will be entities that will try to cynically make profit on reconstruction, and there's something that we do need to think about, and therefore this notion of community and of working directly with people on the ground, not necessarily maybe on a country level, but maybe on the level of individual cities or even sometimes communities, and of fragmenting this property rights or collectivizing it, again in a situation, just to bring back the point I by and large already made, but law and especially property has this function of solidifying power relations that are present at the moment, and whoever has the power to change the law, change property title, can really fix it in a way that will become very, very difficult to unfix. And therefore, when we're thinking about property restitution, we really should be wary of limiting it to the default framework of individual title. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Vladyslav, you have your hand out.
Yeah, I can elaborate a little bit on your question or thought on the global social contract during this war. If to try to make an analogies, let's imagine you have two different guys somewhere in Cambridge, Massachusetts, or in Warsaw, or or someone else, and one of them robbed the house and goes to the street and tries to sell what he just robbed the house. And now one goes on the street and kills people, one by one. And at the same moment, he says, by the way, I'm also the, consultant or accountant, and I can provide you services. Would you like to take it? So speaking about the global, if you go to the global, the dimension of this analogy, Russia, for example, now steals the Ukrainian grain, from the south ports, from the south territory of Ukraine, from Kherson, etc., and sells it. And there are some countries which buy it. So this is exactly the same as buying from the robber on the streets. But the second part is there are some countries, despite all efforts of the many different task forces to limit the Russian export, including energy export, they're buying the Russian oil, and moreover, they're not only buying it with like a discount, because clearly, that guy on the street who just killed people, he said, sorry, I'm accountant, I can give you some discount, now maybe I look so bad. So like India, and they buy this oil, and they later try even to resell it, also to overcome the sanctions which are put for Russia. So this global contract is very much important. Global social contract is important. Are we really ready, as a global world to support those who rob their houses and who kill people just on the streets? This is a question which we need to ask, and which the leaders of those countries should ask themselves. And speaking about the globalization per se, yes, we benefited from the largely globalization during the last 40 years. The global trade went a little bit down after the 2008 crisis, but even sustained during the COVID crisis. But the behavior of Russia and dividing the world, because this Russian invasion is dividing the world, and bringing, closer, also through this kind of global trade, they do everything possible to kill all those benefits of the globalized world, which we benefit in the last years. And this is very important to understand, speaking about the effect of the war, not only for Ukraine but for the global era. And to be cynical a little bit, following what Simon was saying about if Russia wants to stop producing gas or oil, in a longer term, it will help also the climate globally, and maybe there are different thoughts that maybe will speed up the green transition, which is so much needed, which is painful. But now many countries will take this pain, not because they would like to, but because they are forced to. And Russia showed that their energy export has not been the commodity; it has been a weapon. And again, coming back to analogies, are we ready to use these weapons against ourselves? This is the question which countries like Germany, but also Hungary, should ask themselves. Let me stop here.
Thank you, Vladyslav. Simon?
So just to reinforce some of the points made by Vlad, and also to answer a question from Igor in the Q&A, obviously the existing structure of forums for determining compensation and the specifics of the Iraq 1990s Food for All program, that was under the United Nations. And that, as Igor points out, is not going to work now, because that part of the global structure is completely broken. But, Vlad is right that Russia, people are receiving stolen property. The Russians stealing Ukrainian grain is a very prominent example. But I would push even more, Vlad. It's not only the current purchases of Russian energy at relatively high prices by countries like India and China. That is absolutely continuing to finance the Russian war effort. But the Europeans are still buying Russian oil and still paying high prices for Russian gas. And while the Europeans, let's say Western Europe, EU plus the UK and friends, while they have provided great assistance to Ukraine in various forms during this invasion, they have also funded and continue to fund the Russian war effort. And not only that, these same people and their policies provided Russia with the free cash flow over the past 25 years that was put into building up the Russian military. Fortunately, it appears this buildup of the Russian military was not done very well, and the Russian military may, if we're very lucky, collapse in its efforts in Ukraine this time. But if you pay them the same amounts of money again over the next 15 to 25 years, what do you really think is going to happen? Do you think they'll spend the money, they'll waste the money again? Well, perhaps, but that would not seem like something you want to bet on. So I think, to your point, Igor, we need to develop new frameworks and forums. There needs to be a discussion about justice, legitimacy, compensation. This is a very helpful framing discussion, including the points that Denise was making, Joanna was making. We've got to go back to fundamentals here. And I think, to Vlad's other point, Ukraine is fighting not just for European values, but for justice much more broadly, and for a framework. I've heard President Zelensky speak about creating a framework that would prevent or massively disincentivize countries from attacking each other in the future. I think that's what's at stake here, and that's what needs to be, that's what we'll have to build. Because if you don't build it, you will be allowing Russia to rearm, re-equip itself, and re-invade whoever they want to invade.
Thank you, Simon. Oleksandr?
Thank you. I have a question to Simon and maybe short comment. You mentioned this problem of gas dependency from Russia, but what happens when Russia stops supplying gas to Europe and Ukraine stops taking it for itself? Because the export from Europe is happening virtually now. We, as a long time before, take part of the gas for our own needs from the same pipe. So, and what green new energy programs are needed instead of those that are now often targeted into export of like a green hydrogen for the EU? They are still have a neo-colonial mechanism extracting resources from Ukraine. So I would say that the problem is more complicated, and when we trying to stop this trade of rubber of Russia, we have to think in advance what to do with the Ukrainian people who we still have no sustainable new green renewable energy in Ukraine. So this is very important, I think, to take into account.
Yes, Alexander, those are all the right questions to ask. And I think it's over the medium term, a very large program of investments that you would need, not just in Ukraine, but in other European countries, to reduce dependence on Russian energy. I mean, I think over a period of decades, the right attitude is the one that Finland has had for rather obvious reasons over the past 50 years, which is you can trade with Russia and you can even buy energy from Russia, but you should not be dependent on it, and you should not give the Russians any hold over your economy. And I think layered on top of that, Alexander, you have to ask the question, what does Russia do with the hard currency cash that it earns from energy? And to the extent that, I don't know, you don't know, nobody knows, a lot of that goes into the military. And you know, how comfortable are we, should we be, as people living outside Russia, either close neighbors or somewhat further away, but not that far, it's one small world after all, how comfortable are we with that amount of armaments and rearmaments embedded in what appears to be a political culture and a decision-making process, and who knows, a process of that will continue across various leadership combinations. I think this is one of the most salient problems that the world faces right now, Alexander. So to your points, I think the world should rally around Ukraine, and I'm as Vlad and others know, very much on the lead in terms of asking people and pointing this out to other governments in terms of as much compensation and as much assistance as can be provided to Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people. I think it's a vast project and it will take decades. But the alternative, Alexander, I think is very, very dark for your country and for mine.
If I may, just one small comment to what Simon said. I strongly believe that the cheap Russian gas was the biggest damage that Russia did for Ukraine from 1991 till 2004, because it's completely disincentivized Ukrainian industry to reform, to transform, to modernize. And this was like a 13, 14 years of missed opportunity for Ukraine when there was a moment, there was both national moment, there was economic moment, there was the international attention in order to go towards, the path of Poland and other, European countries. And therefore Ukraine, due to this Russian cheap gas, Russian energy, which was used as a weapon to Ukraine, was somehow missed the European train that time.
Could I just say, Denise and Vlad and others, there is no such thing as cheap Russian gas. Okay, it doesn't exist. If you think it's cheap, you've just fallen into the trap that Ukraine fell into, that Germany fell into, that Europe fell into. Just get rid of that idea right now and build a future without using that terminology or that thinking, and that will be a better future. Thank you.
Fully agree. It has not been understood that time in the first period before the Orange Revolution. It has not been understood by Ukrainian leaders that time.
Thank you. There are quite a few questions in the chat. So before I allow Marta and Michael, Igor has had a question for Vlad, which is if the IMF special drawing rights of Russia could be used for compensation to Ukraine. You're typing the answer, or you will?
No, I will let me answer here that in a short answer is no, not yet. These are the assets which have not been arrested. Anyway, the World Bank and IMF are the multilateral organizations in the world which factually, for some reasons, have to work, together, even if Russia is clearly now outlined, let's say, for the global discussions like G7, G20. Let's not forget that one day they were in just G8. But for now, the Ukraine, the IMF opened the so-named administrative account for Ukraine, and we benefited from the inflow of money from Canada and Germany, which sent us, Canada, 1.5 billion Canadian dollars and Germany 1 billion grant, to this account, the SDR account of Ukraine, which has been used by the government to support the immediate needs. But answer is so far no.
Thank you, Vlad. And I'll also ask Robin's question and then Dan's. So Robin, a business elite or even a class of Ukrainian oligarchs seem to be the elephant in this Zoom room. Could the speakers address this category of investors vis-a-vis the past, parentheses, and illuminating the role, if any, in how we arrived at today, close parentheses, as well as their potential role in decision-making processes of the future? Sorry, the question, I'm muddled the question, but.
I may try to answer this. I was working a lot on the question of Ukrainian oligarchy. This is a long topic, but let's be, to answer short, the oligarchy per se is a function, is a function of many different internal mismanagements in the economy, about the rule of law, about the oligarchy was using the corruption to extract some sort of rent, exploiting the state-owned enterprises, state-owned banks, low-paid professional bureaucracy, etc. So, everything, all of these have been before the war. Shall we have it after the war? Clearly, some oligarchs, like Akhmetov, were substantially hit by the war. Some of them are really supporting, like also Akhmetov is supporting Ukraine now with his enterprises, working there. By the way, he, so far alone, only Akhmetov, decided to close his media empire, and therefore not to have an impact, to the society for his media empire, because clearly the oligarchy is a combination of money, political power, and also media. I don't hear anything about Kolomoisky, unfortunately, even if he is sanctioned by US, he's pretty silent. Few other people are abroad, they were recently, but the question is, shall we have oligarchy after the war? This is a big question for the Ukrainian social contract after the war, about the modernization, which I said before. It's not about reconstruction, because reconstruction, unfortunately, can create a new cohort of Ukrainian oligarchs, or could, finance the existing ones. So this is a question about how Ukraine wants to see itself, not only the government, not only the top leaders, but the society which manages usually to self-organize during the most difficult moments of life, like Orange Revolution, like Euromaidan, and now as a war, but apparently become a little bit passive when the hot period finishes. or ends up. And that's why, I mean, this question is open question. There is no answer to this now, but I do hope this question will be addressed, while we are developing the concept of the modernization of the state.
Thank you, Vladyslav. Dan, you have your camera open. Do you want to ask your question?
Sure. Thank you so much, Denise. And thank you everyone for a great talk. I wanted to, I've been following the debate around the future of Ukraine's debt for a while now, thanks to Oleksandr's brilliant articles on the topic. And I'm curious about how, so when we know that loans have been coming from foreign banks since 2014, as well as after February. I'm kind of curious in linking this conversation to the Kharkiv master plan now. The master plan that the government is developing. So if we use Kharkiv as a case study, say a loan is made to the city for the reconstruction of housing. Could we just talk about the distribution of how exactly, I'm not an economist, but how this will work? So the distribution of capital, how much market rate housing will be built, how much below market rate housing will be built. Oleksandr pointed out in the comments that 0.3% of housing stock in Ukraine today qualifies as social housing. So when we talk about how capital is used for reconstruction vis-a-vis loans, could we just talk a little bit about where that money is coming from and the incentives that are attached to these loans?
Who is supposed to answer? Okay, let me do it. This is a very good question, and I would go with a little bit beyond. Just let's imagine, I'm not an architect or urban planner, okay, but this is still speaking about the modernization of the state and also about social contract. Let's imagine you have Irpin or Bucha, which are mostly, or Borodyanka, which is 95% destroyed. Yeah. So what you need to do, you need to reconstruct the city. You need to rebuild the city. How will you do it? And there was a lot of discussion in these 2 days coming from urban planners and architects. Will you try just to restore the what was before? This is why would you do it? Because people are conservatives. The conservative people, they want to go to the same streets like they did before. There was a community, there was a house, there was a 5-story building, Soviet legacy, and people lived there. They had 50 square meter room there, and probably they even had some mortgage under this loan. Yeah, so you have these already, which people had just 6 months ago in their hands, and now they don't have it. So now we think about the future. What will be instead of this 50 square meter room in the 5-store building on the same street which was before? Can you try to reshuffle it, to rebuild it, to have it like in Barcelona, to have completely different concept of the city, or like in Copenhagen, you have a different layout of these new urban plane? Believe me, you will see a lot of the complaints of people. I want to go back to my house. Where is my house? But this is the first philosophical question. The second question will be, will you try to rebuild again the old building, the 50 square meters, because it was built during the Khrushchev period, or you will try to do it, 100 square meters, the new one? Who will finance first 50 square meters and the second 50 square meters, especially if the person had a mortgage? Okay, banks probably will write off the loans because, as you know, the insurance is not working during the war. So the banks will take the hit on their balance sheet. But the person yesterday had a loan to the bank. Now this loan will be canceled and the person should receive the property. Who will own this property? There is no question. There is no answer to this question. There are many options. Like in Sweden, for example, during the 90s, where was a mortgage crisis, the state took ownership of the real estate and gave back as a lease back to people. allow them to pay a small percentage, like a rent fee, which could be as a compensation of something which they didn't really, let's say, they could not repay the banks as a loan. So shall we develop these schemes? There is no yet discussion on that, or there is no, at least there is a discussion, there is no solution for that. How much of this should come from the state? I think so. Some part will be compensated, and hopefully the grants might come to support the Ukrainian state, or some funds, which will finance a part of these. Let's say 50 square meters, which people had before. Maybe 50 additional 50s will be financed because instead of 5-store building, there will be 10-store building, and therefore the five stores will be just added value, which will be created during the reconstruction. So this is the concept of building back better, not only from the perspective of number of square meters, but you have a different building, you will have more energy efficient building, you have bigger, energy efficient windows, so people will enjoy that. Still there will be a part probably of which people will have to take as a loan, and maybe the interest rate of that should be also compensated somehow from other instruments which are not yet defined. And maybe the option would be that people will not own this property for some time, but will get, as was in Sweden, that they will get, somehow the leasing, which will give opportunity with all these payments in the longer term to take the apartment in the ownership. Again, the war is a big, hit, to the economy, to the budget, to the households, to people, to their life. And Joanna was saying about the property of the land. This is a big question. And property of these, the housing will be also a big question. This is not yet resolved, but again, I think the forums like that, like this one, should also address these questions and also bring the answers. Thanks.
So I can
go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say I can add something to this, just building on what Oleksandr was saying, because if we look at what's happening in terms of reconstruction in the Middle East, we can assume that precisely this issue will be a primary site of confrontation, because, on the one hand, it's a question what will be rebuilt and how, and the second most important question is for whom this, even if it's housing, for whom this housing will be. Because what we see both in Syria and in Lebanon, that, this, when we think of destruction, we think of buildings, but then there's a land underlying the buildings, and this land value, and especially certain central location in the city, are being targeted by capital as a way of trying to make money. So what we saw in Syria and Lebanon was that under the motto of reconstruction of housing, the developers would be trying really for-profit shopping malls that were mixed with luxury housing, and this was officially narrated as a housing project. But often then in Syria, some parts of the city that were a little bit destroyed, but people still lived there, they would get some bonds or shares to move out. Then there would be a luxury reconstruction going on the site, and this bonds and shares people got was not nearly enough to buy the apartment in this reconstructed area, and therefore this alleged reconstruction also became a tool of dispossession and of basically moving poor people from valuable land in urban centers. And that's something we will have to also think of. And coming back to the case of Warsaw, I think on the one hand, housing is a great unifier, definitely in the reconstruction of Warsaw. This idea that the city needs to be reconstructed as housing brought together politically conflicted stakeholders. At the same time, these days in the neoliberal capitalism, to say housing is not enough, there's always a question, housing, but for whom?
Thank you, Joanna. Michael.
Thank you, Denise. And I suppose what I was going to say has been brought up just now by Vladyslav and Joanna with regard to Warsaw in Poland, and Joanna has worked on this extensively. The reconstruction of Warsaw after 1945 happened following nationalization of all urban property by decree in 1945. The same was true of many other reconstruction processes in the state socialist countries, which turned socialist after 45. And of course, in the Soviet Union, the context is different again. But even in Western Europe, following the Second World War, the state played a much more prominent role, and there were many more. The state played a much more prominent role in terms of the reconstruction process, and the economic landscape was completely different. So, yeah, the mechanisms through which this can be done have not yet been posed, have not yet been introduced openly. But the fact that we are able to talk about this, and the fact that someone like Vladyslav, who is Ukraine's representative to the IMF, is able to discuss social adjacent or public mechanisms for ownership or lease of property is very important. But this is a discussion that has to be had openly. And the other question is, if indeed the state does play a prominent role in the reconstruction process, rather than leaving things in the hands of property developers. And I think we can speak of Norman Foster's interest in Kharkiv. In this regard, we can see Norman Foster operating more as a property developer than as an architect. So if the state does play a prominent role in the reconstruction process through mechanisms that are yet to be established or made clear, how do we stop that from exacerbating Ukraine's indebtedness to global entities? So how can the Ukrainian state take a prominent part in the process of reconstruction of, for example, housing? Housing, I think, seems to be the most compelling example that we're working with here. How can this be done without actually the state having to take loans from international economic entities in order to carry this out, and thereby exacerbating Ukraine's indebtedness globally, rather than, as Oleksandr pointed out, taking this opportunity to resolve this indebtedness. So I suppose this is a general question or a general point. Oleksandr, who spoke this morning, may have something to say about this if he wants, but I think he's on the call. No pressure, Oleksandr. Anisimov.
Okay.
Or Kravchuk, sorry.
So I'll give the role to Anisimov first.
But he hasn't said that he wanted to say something. I was just kind of naming him. So why don't you go first, Oleksandr?
I would like to add some words about this new social contract that was mentioned today, and it also applies to the nationalization of the Russian assets in Ukraine and Russian property. And the first point is that we need to reconstruct, really, as you mentioned, the role of state, the role of regulator of this reconstruction. Because when I look through the Ganna's plan or new economic strategy presented this summer, I see nothing except the loans to small businesses and IT skills for the workers and something like that. So, but I do believe that we have to start huge plans for economy with the strong regulation of the labor law, labor rights of Ukrainian people. Because if you know, this summer they already cut the labor rights for all enterprises where fewer than 250 people. So all of them are excluded from the labor law, and their employment should established on the individual level with enterprise. It's unbelievable. Yes, and this is a sign of the Ukrainian state should play more role of this reconstruction in another way. This new social contract will be not favorable for the people, and I think that this also the time to think about the privatization of 90s, because not only the Russian enterprises should be nationalized under the under the workers' control, but only Ukrainian oligarchs privatized them for a penny, and the war is a good chance to really to sit on the table and to talk, guys. You stole some enterprises, and it's time to think about the new Ukraine. And without it, I don't believe that we can restart new prosperous life for Ukraine. So, and the point is that we need some strategic view, and not just limited of some minor measures with small business. It's very good, but not enough.
Yeah, so reconstruction really is an opportunity to reverse this primitive accumulation of Ukrainian public property, which happened in the 1990s.
Oleksandr, are you speaking to the same question?
I just thought that I could perhaps add one of thoughts to this discussion, if I may, because our organization has been working on housing issues, and I think there is just one aspect that has been we've been missing in Ukraine, that housing can also be not a financial asset at all. So housing as a right for a habitat or a right for a place to live, as a necessity for people to continue their social existence and to be provided with the basic services, may also be considered as something that is falls out of the classic economic model. And in most cases in Europe, we have the rebirth of cooperatives and Miethäuser-Syndikates and other forms of social housing that is not governed by the state. And it's in a way even absent from the classical economical model, because international institutions, donors, they cannot invest, they cannot hold shares in this system. This is housing that is built and governed by the people themselves, which allows them to prevent speculation on the market, which allows them to prevent the rise in housing prices, because those things depend actually only on resources and the local capacity to build some kind of environment. And that is not something that really needs much of investment in there. It needs more regulation, some kind of fostering legal framework, that it's not about bringing more money in the system that was already a system of super ownership, but rather perhaps making it less a system of ownership, more a system of co-ownership and sharing.
Thank you. Marta, do you want to speak now? I don't know if we should continue.
I think if Vladyslav has to continue, I think that's best. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Marta. You know, I see your raised hand already for a hand for a long time, and sorry for interrupting. But I wanted to come back to this specific question of Michal and a little bit address what Oleksandr just said. First, in all the major papers which we currently have about the reconstruction, which is factually is CEPR, blueprint. There is last week there was a Journal Marshall Fund, the report on also on reconstruction of Ukraine. There is a World Bank this damage assessment report. Everyone, and in most of the article from Barry Eichengreen and others, I think Simon says about that, the grants should come first. You cannot rebuild the economy of Ukraine using loans. But the second thing is that it's not only, we don't need to speak about the grants, which is usually the public money, and loans, which are usually the international financial institutions. We need also to speak about the private capital. Because without the private capital, Ukraine is not possible to be reconstructed. And this is, clearly it will not come now. It will come later, because it will come if Ukraine shows an opportunity. Because let's be frank, in the last 30 years, the foreign directed masses to Ukraine were not so fantastic, not like, again, in Poland or other Central European countries which managed to get that European train. But I do hope, and we do everything possible to make this happen. IMF will provide the frame, World Bank will provide development money, European Investment Bank will provide development money. We will use the Russian assets for the reconstruction, including for building the housing, etc. But the private money will come and make the change for Ukraine, you know, because the private capital will, not the public money. And we need to understand that, you know, and the money which will come, they may go to the development projects, they can go to the building new construction factories in Ukraine, whatever, to build the new construction materials, maybe hopefully the green ones, you know, they will bring a lot of the technologies, how to make the housing also more efficient. But here I want to come what Oleksandr said about the, you know, the cooperatives. Yes, it is the true, but we are going towards more shared economy, you know, especially the younger generation. They don't want to own, you know, the space. They want to, you know, to use it. You know, moreover, they want to be mobile. They want to go today to live in Kharkiv, and tomorrow in Odessa, and after tomorrow in Ivano-Frankivsk. I mean, they should have this possibility. And for many people, the house or the property is an anchor. Is an anchor, so it's not an investment, but it's an anchor. But having said that, using, you know, of these shared real estate or shared promises, anyway, somebody should build it. You know, there should be some capital brought in order to rebuild the city Borodyanka, and let's use this as a IT city after that, so the people can live nearby Kiev, but use this. You know, like in Lviv, you know, some kind of IT cluster or creative cluster. You can imagine this is the more urban planners and thinkers can develop. I'm a more financer here. But anyway, somebody should bring a capital. And again, I come back to the point number one. This money cannot be loans. Ukraine cannot. The housing cannot be rebuilt as loans. Or even if it would be loans, which could be one option, like EIB gives a loan, concessional loan to Ukraine to build, you know, housing, you know, in Bucha, European, and others, so like rebuild the city. You know, it means that there should be another source, another donors who will put their efforts, put their finances to cover 100% or 90% or 80% of the principal payments and interest payments. In this case, this kind of loan plus donor money would help Ukraine to sustain, you know, the reconstruction further as a combination. Thanks.
Thank you, Vlad. Marta?
Okay, I know I'm supposed to keep time here, but I have a question. The one question is about unregulated world economies, in which art is one of them. And I know that Simon and I have these discussions before. In terms of possible sources or resources to lend to compensation, I don't know if this is being followed aggressively in terms of collections and help by Russian collectors and oligarchs. My other question as to wealth and resources in Ukraine is completely different, and it relates to Ukraine's lithium wealth, and which we hear so little about, which has drawn Chinese and Australian investors before the war. And lithium is a metal critical to batteries and to the world's transition to clean energy. And it was said that it was speculated that there were, the eastern region held close to 500,000 tons of lithium oxide, which would be critical to the production of batteries that would power electric vehicles. And why don't we hear about that? And is that in the area of Krasnotorsk, or I'm curious why we do not hear enough about that. Thank you.
Simon, it was a question to you.
Well, that was one, the art question was for Simon, just because I know we've discussed it before, but the lithium is out to anyone who would like to answer.
Well, I think on art, Marta, as we've discussed a few times, if you can lay your hands on the paintings, and if they're within a jurisdiction that will recognize the claims that are being developed, sure, it's going to be fair game. And I think symbolically, there's merit to pursuing that conversation. And thank you for your leadership on that. I mean, as a practical matter, I think the flow of Russian oil, I mean, we're talking about multiple tankers per day carrying Russian oil to world markets. They're all tracked and followed in meticulous detail by various commercial and national security entities. It's it's much harder to hide paintings than it is to hide either crude oil or pretty much any refined product. Certainly leaving the major Russian ports, not talking about pipelines. So yeah, I think all of the above, Marta, is worth pursuing, and we should absolutely challenge all of this, overseas assets held by Russian oligarch, people who are close to the regime, as potential source of compensation.
Okay, thank you. We are just running to the top of the hour, and I'll finish this. What an amazing conversation. I mean, it's so crucial to see the ways in which the future of Ukraine is the future for all of us, not only in terms of how the whole planet will be as being affected by this war, but also in terms of the model that is being designed now in response to this conflict. So it is a great responsibility, and I'm very thankful to the organizers of this symposium for getting us started in the conversation. And thank you, my big thanks to all the panelists and the questions.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you all the panelists and for this session. We are gathering in half an hour for the next session, and please join us at 4:30 London time. Thank you again, Denise, for your moderation. Thanks. And
thank you so much, Denise and Simon, Vladyslav, Oleksandr, Joanna, for the fantastic discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to this third session of this symposium. Dobrý den, привіт. I'd like to note that one of our scheduled speakers today, Francine Hirsch, who was to moderate this next panel on reconciliation and retribution, has unfortunately fallen ill and will not participate today. So I will proceed to moderate this panel, which is a very important one, relating to the landscape of transnational justice. Before I introduce our first presentation and speaker, I would like to note that since Russia's invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, there have been many acts that show the disregard of lives of civilians, heinous acts, that the International Criminal Court and other international organizations are considering and addressing at the level of war crimes. And I just believe it's important to briefly note, and this has been reported also by the New York Times, the actual acts that are being considered. It is the use of landmines and cluster munitions banned by international treaties. It is the use of weapons that kill, maim, and destroy indiscriminately and in civilian cases. It is the use of the PTM-IS landmine, a type of scattered munition that contains up to 24 smaller mines within it. The willful killing of non-combatants that was prohibited under the Geneva Convention of 1949. The evidence of Russian soldiers executing men in Bucha on March 4th. The Bucha's month of terror, which included the killing of dozens of civilians. The existing of satellite images, which provide testimony to hundreds of bodies and corpses of civilians, including children, elderly, and families, discovered with their hands bound and some with gunshots in their head. The Russians openly firing on Ukrainian civilians in many instances. The explicit targeting of civilian areas, not only homes and apartments, but hospitals, schools, public transits, and cultural centers and places of worships, as is the example of Theater of Mariupol and the train platform in Kramatorsk. The killing of surrendered or captured soldiers, which the Geneva Conventions were intending to protect the humane treatment of prisoners of war that also prevents the killing of captured soldiers. The denying of civilians access to evacuation and aid, as had happened at the port city of Mariupol. The Russian system of filtration with the forcible transfer of over 1.6 million Ukrainians to Russian-controlled territories. And in July alone, more than 1,800 children were deported. And of course, the non-investigated cases of rape of women, children, and men by Russian military. I would like to ask our first speaker, Professor Philippe Sands, who is a professor of law at the University College of London and a visiting professor of law at Harvard. He is a practicing barrister at Matrix Chambers and appears frequently as a counsel before the International Court of Justice and other international courts and tribunals. Professor Sands, it would be it's an honor to welcome you.
Thank you, Professor Kuzma, and it's an honor to be here. What a fantastic group of panelists and what a wonderful group of attendees, and my commendations to all the organizers for putting together such an extraordinary and important event. Some of you on this conversation will know that I have a particular link with the territory on which some of these horrors are taking place. I first visited Ukraine in 2010 to find the home of my grandfather, who was born, as he told me, in a place called Lemberg. I received an invitation at the age of 50 to go to a place called Lviv, and I didn't realize that Lviv and Lemberg were one and the same place. One thing led to another. I found my grandfather's house. I met some remarkable people in Lviv, one of whom at least is on this panel. I send my warm greetings to Sofia Diak, and of course, Kateryna Busol also I know very well. And I stumbled across, and I really can take no credit for design because it was entirely an accident, that the origins of the two concepts I was invited to give a lecture on in the University Law Faculty of Lviv, crimes against humanity and genocide, so very important in 1945 at the world's first international criminal trial, Nuremberg. Those two concepts originated, amazingly, in the city of Lviv, and indeed in the law faculty. Both the founders of those two concepts, Hersch Lauterpacht and Raphael Lemkin, had been students, not at exactly the same time, but nearabouts, at the University of Lviv, in the Jan, now today the Jan Kazimir Law School, or it was the Jan Kazimir Law School. Today, of course, it has a different name. And I wrote a book about it, and on the origins of genocide and crimes against humanity. And that was published about 6 years ago. And I've never stopped going back. And my connections with the city and with the country are immensely powerful and immensely close. So when in January and February of this year, news began to emerge of the massing of troops on the border of Ukraine, for very obvious reasons, I paid a lot of attention. I couldn't quite believe what seemed to be happening, that the very same territory on which so many of the horrors of the period in the 1930s and the 1940s had taken place would once again, it seems, be the theatre on which more horrors would take place. And you, Professor Kuzma, have just summarized some of the horrors that are occurring. So the terrible events that we're united by in this conversation began on the 24th of February. And I was immediately contacted by the Financial Times newspaper and asked whether I would like to do an opinion piece on any aspect of Ukraine and international law and justice. And I thought about this for a day or so and realized that there was a gap in the architecture of the international legal order, and I would address that gap. The gap exists because since 1945, and very largely in relation to matters that took place on the territory of what is today Ukraine, there have been 4 international crimes. War crimes, that's the conduct of warfare by means that, for example, target civilians or indiscriminately affect civilians. Crimes against humanity, as invented really by Lauterpacht, the harm done to individuals on a massive and systematic scale. And genocide, the destruction of groups. I think certainly on the basis of what I know from a distance, war crimes and crimes against humanity are engaged by what is happening on the territory of Ukraine. There is also some conversation about whether genocide is happening. In fact, Mr. Putin himself has alleged genocide taking place on the territory of Ukraine against ethnic Russians. But the International Court of Justice has given a very strong provisional measures order a few months ago, making it very clear that that argument is absolute nonsense and cannot possibly justify what has taken place. Those three international crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, all fall within the jurisdiction of domestic courts, Ukrainian courts, but also other courts in other countries, and also within the statute of the International Criminal Court in The Hague, which can exercise jurisdiction over these three categories of crimes taking place in the territory or on the territory of Ukraine. But the one crime over which the International Criminal Court cannot exercise jurisdiction, in a sense, is the most important of all the crimes, and that is what is today called the crime of aggression. In 1945, it was called crimes against peace, and it refers to the waging of what is a manifestly illegal war, as the war of 1939 was, and as this war is. And for various reasons of a technical and formal nature, the International Criminal Court cannot exercise jurisdiction over the crime of aggression. And so there's a gap. That gap, it seems to me, is of great significance, which was why the piece that I wrote for the Financial Times focused on filling that gap by proposing the creation of a special criminal tribunal for the crime of aggression. So why did this seem to me to be so important? And I'm going to come back to an aspect of this in a moment, and that is, what role can law play? But just by way of introduction on this overview, for me, the crime of aggression is the most important of crimes here. The decision to unleash a war, an occupation that is manifestly illegal, because without that crime, none of the other crimes would be engaged. We wouldn't be talking about war crimes or crimes against humanity. So to imagine treating these other crimes without addressing the very decision to go to war, to launch an occupation, seems to me to be misconceived. But there's another point, and it is this. There's been a lot of talk about whether Mr. Putin or Mr. Lavrov or others around him are properly to be characterized as war criminals or responsible for crimes against humanity. But they may be. But the bottom line is, we don't know why the things that seem so horrendous have been taking place. We don't know the chain of command. We don't know the decisions that are being taken. We can infer, we can make suppositions, but in a court of law, you've got to prove these things. And so it is far from clear, even at this point, that criminal responsibility for these matters goes to the people at the top table. And it's entirely possible to envisage a scenario in which 5 years down the line, we have a series of criminal proceedings in Ukraine, in Poland, in Germany, but also at the international level, at the International Criminal Court, targeting or aiming or indicting essentially low-grade or middle-grade individuals who somehow got immersed in this horror story, but actually aren't the ones who are responsible for unleashing it. And the people at the top table will simply be left off the hook. And that strikes me as a terrible scenario, an unjust scenario, and one which will leave great danger going forward. And so my proposal was to focus on the crime of aggression. And I was very surprised by the reaction. As many of you who are academics will know, you write an opinion piece and the next morning you get about 6 emails and a couple of WhatsApps and a few bits and pieces saying terrific article or terrible article or whatever. And that's the end of the matter. You move on, and 3 months later you write another opinion piece or whatever. This one was qualitatively different from anything that had ever happened to me. I woke up the next morning and there were about 250 emails and dozens of radio and television and this and that. And frankly, it hasn't stopped. It's gone on, and more countries have become engaged in this process. There have been Zooms between presidents, former prime ministers of many countries. I've participated in some of those, and it seems to have caught the zeitgeist of the moment. Justice must be done, and justice includes, for many, reasonably, criminal justice. This conflict is like no other conflict I've observed in 35 years. From day one, the issue of criminality, the issue of legality, the issue of justice was at its beating heart. I'm not quite sure why that is. It may just be a consequence of some of the characters involved. The fact that Mr. Kuleba, Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister of Ukraine himself, is an international criminal lawyer, himself has written papers on the origins of the Nuremberg Tribunal, that there are many very fine international lawyers in Ukraine who are acutely aware of these matters and that they may be pushed things. Or it may be that the connection that I mentioned at the beginning between the territory of Ukraine and international crimes committed in another time and place many decades ago, so connected with that territory, have somehow engendered a feeling that we cannot in Europe once again tolerate this type of serial criminality and illegality. Be that as it may, the ideas of justice and criminality, as you, Professor Kuzma, made clear, have been introduced into this conflict. And so the question becomes, what is to be done and what can our expectations be in the process of reconciliation, reconstruction, responsibility, themes of this panel, but also of your whole conference. So I am an international lawyer. It's what I happen to teach. I'm also a writer, and I'm also a practitioner. I do cases before international courts. I'm not starry-eyed about international law or international crime. I don't for a single moment think that allegations of criminality or wrongdoing will of themselves stop the horrors, resolve feelings of wrongdoing, right wrongs that have occurred. But it's one of the instrumentalities that is available to us. It's part of the modern post-1945 world, a revolutionary moment in 1945, which for the first time said that those who unleash such horrors must face a degree of responsibility for them. And very slowly in the intervening 75 years, the gates of international justice have creaked open. We know the stories: Rwanda, former Yugoslavia, Kosovo, Chile, Argentina, Iraq, Syria, Palestine, Israel, Congo. I mean, the list is very long and horrible and awful. But we do live in a different world now, where part of the resolution of a situation going forward is to deal with the issues of legality and criminality. And it's quite easy, in a sense, to raise those issues while the conflict is going on. But at some point, this conflict will come to a close in its present phase. And at that point, there are going to be some very tough decisions to take. You begin to get an inkling of the toughness of those decisions, even now at this stage. Ukraine, its president and its foreign minister, have launched an initiative to create a special criminal tribunal for the crime of aggression. And they've got support from a number of countries, particularly the Baltic countries, Poland, a few other Central and Eastern European countries. But to this point, not a single one of the big powers has actually signed on to the idea. Curiously, Britain has come the closest. Liz Truss, as Foreign Secretary, now Prime Minister, said that in principle she was open to the idea. The United States has said it would not oppose what is essentially a European idea, justice and international criminality. The Germans are themselves divided. The Greens, who have the foreign ministry, are apparently supportive of the idea, but the Social Democrats oppose it, apparently because, and here we come to the point where the rubber hits the road, France is resolutely opposed to such an idea. We've seen Mr. Macron engaged in lengthy conversations, utterly fruitless, with Mr. Putin sitting at a vast, useless table. We've heard Mr. Macron say that France must not humiliate Russia. And I think he implies in those words the sense that we must be very careful not to put on the table of negotiations justice, responsibility, allegations of criminality. I personally think that is a terrible mistake. They have to be there, just as they were there in January 1942 at the declaration of St. James's Palace in London, when governments in exile from Nazi-occupied Europe gathered in London and issued a ringing call for justice to be done against the perpetrators of Nazi crimes. Go back to January 1942. Everyone thought that was a nonsense. It wasn't going to happen. And 3 years later, we had the Nuremberg trial. So we don't know what is going to happen. Exactly the same thing happened with Yugoslavia, Mr. Milosevic, and others, Mladic and Karadzic. No one actually thought they'd ever get their day in court. So I think Mr. Macron's got it wrong. I think that international criminal law, the idea of justice, is at the heart of a long-term solution, because you cannot simply ignore what has happened, because there has to be a reckoning and because there has to be a sense of responsibility being taken and justice being delivered. But how that is done becomes the more complex question. It is part of the equation for going forward when this conflict comes to an end. But how? And here it's, I think, very important to mention scenarios taken from other conflicts, including this concept often referred to as truth and reconciliation, setting the facts and finding ways in which a parallel process alongside but distinct criminal law operates to allow stories to be told, narratives to unfold, facts to be reckoned with. At this point, and I'll end what I have to say here by way of introduction, my position would be that in terms of dealing with a way forward over the short, medium, and long term, the idea of justice must be at the beating heart of a solution going forward. But I think we have to have an openness of mind as to how precisely that is done. International criminal law, war crimes, crimes against humanity, the crime of aggression, are part of the framework that allows us to separate that which is wrong from that which is right. And the challenge we're going to face, I hope sooner rather than later, is how to deal with criminality in those three elements. How far are we willing to go? Do we want justice to be dispensed at the national level or at the international level? Do we want justice to be dispensed through the criminal law or through political, diplomatic, or other means? One thing is clear: the language of criminality is infused into this dreadful conflict. It will not go away. It has not gone away, but there are going to be some very tough choices to be made, particularly by the political leaders of Ukraine at the moment that peace is discussed. How far do they want to go in obtaining justice? Let me leave you with that thought, and perhaps in the conversation going forward, we can revisit and explore in a little bit more detail all of the many aspects that arise from these notions and these ideas. But in the meantime, I just thank you very warmly for inviting me to be part of the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the presentation of Kateryna Busol, who is a Ukrainian lawyer specializing in international humanitarian affairs, criminal law, and transnational justice, gender and cultural heritage. She's a senior lecturer at the National University of the Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, and she's been a visiting professor at the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Welcome, Kateryna Busol.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and thank you for such a multifaceted discussion. I was really fascinated to see the composition not only of our panel, but of all the panels, and how holistically it looks at Ukraine's reconciliation. In my initial remarks, I would like to focus on 5 points, most of which are strongly survival-centric and are nourished by my legal practice and work with the survivors of war crimes and other alleged conflict-related crimes perpetrated in Ukraine since 2014. And 2014 is exactly the point that I would like to make, that whereas all the international solidarity and support, including the investigation by the International Criminal Court, including numerous universal jurisdiction proceedings opened after February this year, they're all very welcome. But I would like to stress that in terms of the holistic reckoning with the Russia's aggression, we should start by looking at Russia's conduct at least in 2014, when the occupation of Crimea happened and when the first hostilities in Donbas were launched. In fact, the mentioned Minister Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, stressed at the Accountability for Ukraine conference at The Hague a month ago that with respect to the proposed ad hoc aggression tribunal, Ukraine wishes that such a tribunal jurisdictionally looks at Russia's actions not only since February this year, but indeed at all Russia's activities since 2014. And this has obviously direct implications for the survivors, because many of them have been seeking justice since the early month of the conflict. And whereas the scale of atrocities and the territorial scope of atrocities that we have witnessed since February this year is really unparalleled, the survivors from Crimea and from Donbas from the early on in the conflict should not be forgotten. My second point stresses the need for the harmonization of the documentation and investigation efforts. I have been on a SED tour in the Kiev region just last week, communicating with survivors in Bucha, in the neighboring areas. And I could witness the dynamics both of survivors and of their family members, saying that whereas initially they were so eager to pursue justice domestically in Ukraine and also to contribute to possible universal jurisdiction proceedings abroad, they were so exhausted by the good willingness of numerous investigators, prosecutors, journalists, historians, academics, that they were reluctant or were doubtful as to whether they should carry on with these justice initiatives. And just a couple of days ago, at a very interesting discussion of a German-Ukraine Commission of Historians, there was another initiative to stress how important the oral history projects are. And indeed, I support that they are important. But I think what Ukraine and the international effort helping Ukraine, both the governmental and the civil society one, have lacked so far is indeed the implementation of this very specific harmonization of how they approach the survivors, whom they interview, that no survivors are over-interviewed and are re-traumatized. I think this would be core not only for the classical criminal justice efforts, but more importantly for the wider reckoning with the narratives of the conflict, with the enablers of the conflict. So this harmonization of the documentation should be indeed implemented as early as possible. The third point is probably would not be popular, but I would stress that Ukraine really both as the government, the state, and the civil society should also focus and report on the alleged crimes by the Ukrainian side and its action on these crimes. Indeed, including in the reports of the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission and other UN bodies, the allegations of the crimes by the Ukrainian side are incomparable to the scope, to the amount of alleged crimes perpetrated by Russia. But to take justice and reconciliation holistically, to build the proper narrative about the conflict, and to allow indeed what Ukraine declares it wants to do, to allow the ICC and foreign states through universal jurisdiction proceedings to focus on the crimes of Russia's military, Ukraine should take seriously and report its action on any misconduct on the Ukrainian side. My fourth point concerns the issue of genocide. It's fascinating indeed to see the discussions between the lawyers and the historians on the same panels as to whether they see the elements of genocidal conduct in Russia's actions in Ukraine now. Historians most often saying that, of course, they do see it and building their conclusions also on the legacy of Russia's conduct. And the lawyers are, of course, reluctant to discuss any possible Russia's genocidal intent, stressing that it's one of it's the international crime the hardest to prove. But where this discussion has not been deep enough, I guess, are the issues of genocide prevention and incitement to genocide. Diving more into these issues first as regards genocide prevention could allow really to call upon the states parties of the Genocide Convention to act more, to help Ukraine more in various domains to prevent a possible genocide, even if it's not happening now, whereas the incitement to genocide, which is a separate crime under international law, would allow a possible avenue to prosecuting Russia's propagandists. So my point here would be that a more nuanced and expansive debate around the possible genocide in Ukraine is needed. And finally, I would want to stress the importance of the transitional justice discussion for Ukraine. Indeed, Ukraine has started the elaboration of transitional justice policy. Ironically and very sadly, it was in the city of Mariupol that has been affected by the most brutal siege in the early months of the conflict, that in 2019, President Zelensky announced the elaboration of the holistic justice framework for Ukraine. And I think it was a very important step to unite under one holistic umbrella policy the numerous lawfare justice initiatives that had been initiated since 2014. And what's important in that discussion, in that initial discussion since 2019, both the president and the members of the specialized working group working on transitional justice stressed that Ukraine was unsurprisingly over-focused on courtroom accountability and should look wider at the truth-seeking mechanisms, at the reparations policies which have been absent, and also at the mechanisms of prevention. And this more expansive, more inclusive approach to justice and reckoning with the conflict is also something that survivors favor, because one of the survivors who was in detention in the so-called Donetsk People's Republic has told me that for her, one of the major fear would be the repeat of what had been perpetrated to her. She was a survivor of conflict-related sexual violence in detention. And she was also concerned for all other women in Ukraine who might be affected by this violence. And indeed, the prevention discussion did not happen, and her fear materialized now with this full-scale invasion. Therefore, the wider debate about justice, not confined to courtroom accountability, is something that is needed for Ukraine. And this is also something through which Ukraine could lay an avenue of change for the whole post-Soviet area, because essentially, apart from a little bit the Baltic states, none of the formerly Soviet countries have reckoned with the traumatic communist past. And this reckoning, the analysis of the enablers of the conflict through the mechanisms that transcend the courtroom, could be something that Ukraine could open through its transitional justice discussion and implemented policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I would like to present Nathaniel Raymond, who is an American human rights investigator affiliated with Yale School of Public Health and also a lecturer at the Global Affairs at Yale's Jackson Institute for Global Affairs. Welcome, Nathaniel. It's nice to see you.
It's a pleasure to be here today, and my comments are going to be in conversation with the comments of the other two panelists, but will be slightly to the side. So I'm going to divide my remarks into two halves. The first half is talking about the broader significance of this moment for accountability. And then I'm going to transition into specifically talking about the technical evidentiary challenges that Ukraine represents. And I am making my comments from the perspective of leading the Yale team of the State Department supported Conflict Observatory, which in the past 2 weeks has released a report on the filtration system in Donetsk Oblast. Next week, and you've heard it here first, we will be releasing a report documenting storage, grains and other crop storage facility destruction, allegedly by Russia and Russia-aligned forces. We've already documented, starting in April, which feels like a lifetime ago, damage to hospitals in 5 oblasts and hospitals and schools in Severodonetsk, Rayon. All of this is using satellite imagery analysis and open source information. So my second half of comments is going to be talking about the problems and opportunities technically. But I want to start with trying to ground us in truly the revolutionary moment which Ukraine represents, just looking at what the US did. And I'm just going to list out 5 critical things that have happened so far. And I want you to think about them very carefully. The first is that President Biden released intelligence before Russia invaded. I think that will, in time, be seen as a transformative decision by the United States government to deploy intelligence insights from the United States before an alleged perpetrator acted. And that was not a foregone conclusion that that was going to happen. And I also don't think we can see the ramifications of that decision. The second is the US is now working with the International Criminal Court. That was not the case in the last administration or the administration before that. And so the work that we're doing in Conflict Observatory is being done with the expectation that we are not only supporting ICJ, but we're supporting ICC, and we're supporting domestic Ukrainian prosecutions in the future. So the question here is US support for ICC a one-off or a precedent? The next major occurrence of the big 5 is the ACA. Basically, the ACA is an atrocity accountability coordination mechanism within the United States government that is seeking to coordinate both internally and externally how evidence and prosecutorial support is going to happen. Part of what the ACA appears to be doing is also not just about some of the political issues that Philippe was mentioning, but the technical issues of sharing information. And so the question again, and you'll hear this, you're picking up on the theme, is this a precedent or is this a one-off? Is this because of Ukraine or is this going to be about the future? And then that brings us to the fact that there is coordination happening just on the US side between law enforcement, intelligence, and civil society around alleged mass atrocity crimes in a way, and I've been doing this 23 years, I've never seen anything approaching this ever. And also, I would add in a fourth group, corporations. Data is being shared by corporate actors that we're not even requesting. And I just want you to think about how when we do Syria, when we do Yemen, we are on our knees as war crimes investigators begging for data. And now we are drowning it. And you'll hear more about the data challenge in a second. So we've gone from famine to feast as war crimes investigators in Ukraine in a way that, even if this never happens again, is a historically significant moment. And what types of data are we talking about? Satellite imagery, phone telemetry, social media data, mapping data, communications data from the Russians. And so we are at a moment where in previous trials, if we had 2 to 3 satellite images, that was a good day. If we think about the years it took in the case of Srebrenica for release of US SR-71 Blackbird spy plane imagery of reconnaissance imagery of the perpetrators, Mladek's forces engaged in hiding the bodies, that took years to arrange. We are collecting petabytes, not terabytes, petabytes of data on a weekly basis of multiple types. And so let's pause and breathe for a second. This is a revolutionary moment. This has never happened before from an evidentiary perspective and a coordination perspective. And the revolutionary moment is technical, it's potentially legal, but here's the third one I want to focus on, it's normative. And so let's orient this in the pre-Ukraine accountability context. I would say that since the US use of torture as part of the global war on terror and the US invasion of Iraq, during that period immediately after 9/11, and today is the 21st anniversary of 9/11, so it's good to talk about these things, we were in a period of normative decay. There was this view in the 90s after ICTY, International Criminal Tribunal Rwanda, ICTR, ICTY, International Criminal Tribunal former Yugoslavia, Rome Statute, that we were entering a sort of a golden age of accountability and of international standards and norms. And then 9/11 happened. And in the past 20 years, we have been looking at, and I'm using Philippe's exact language, the green light given by the US use of torture for other countries and groups to think they can get away with it. And in terms of US invasion of Iraq, the idea of preemptive war and the normative challenge of that moment causing also another type of green light. And so I think we want to look at this moment with Ukraine in terms of the question, okay, what are we building here for Ukraine as a precedent, but how can this also be a type of normative reboot for the yardage, using a US football, not soccer, or European football analogy. We've lost a lot of yardage in the past 20 years in terms of normative support for accountability and international norms. And so how can we think about this moment and the unprecedented data collection, data sharing as a turning point back in the right direction? What I want to end on is really the technical challenges and lay them on the table. I have a whole list here, but just in no particular order. One of the technical challenges of this data deluge from the Ukraine conflict is chain of custody procedures. We have data from satellites, from UAVs, from digital photos on the ground, massive petabytes of video. Who's going to decide the chain of custody procedures for how this evidence is collected and held? Who's going to decide the admissibility in judicial literacy standards for bringing these not just single streams of evidence, but mosaics of fused combinations of multiple data streams together to the floor of a court. The sheer storage problem. Who's in charge of setting standards on security, access, ownership? Where does this data go when it's sunsetted? Who decides when a data locker is sunsetted across jurisdictions? Is it Ukraine? Is it the United States? Is it a company? Is it the ICC? None of that has been figured out. And then who sets the technical standards for best practice and analysis of this information? We have civil society, volunteer groups, governments, and no one has a common standard of analysis. It's like if everyone had their own way of doing fingerprints and their own way of doing ballistics in a murder investigation. That really wouldn't go so hot. And then lastly, we have the questions of interoperability, coordination, prioritization, and visualization of evidence as it relates to multiple types of targets. Some groups are doing SGBV, focusing on incidents like Buka. Some, like our team, are doing filtration and doing damage analysis of protected civilian objects. Food security, which our team and other teams are doing. Who decides what the priorities are? Who decides how this evidence interoperates? Who decides how we render the evidence visually for the public or for a court? These are the technical challenges right now that we all face. And to loop back to the political questions on the beginning, how we do or do not address these technical challenges as an international community will decide whether the Ukraine moment is a one-off, is a precedent setter, and that will affect technical precedent, legal precedent, and normative precedent. Let me give you my answer to what I think is going to happen. Will Ukraine be a one-off or a precedent setter? My answer is yes, which is it's going to be both. There's going to be elements that come out of this moment which will inform accountability practice going forward for generations. And there will be some things that probably will not repeat again. We need to have a conversation about what should build into precedent and why. And that conversation has yet to happen. Over.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you for that research and also for your presentation. I would like to have our final speaker, Yevgenia Pupkina, who is an architect, an architectural historian, and a curator and co-founder of the NGO Urban Form Center. Yevgenia will be discussing the legal frameworks for the protection and restoration of architectural heritage domestically and international. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. It's really an honor to be as an architect in such an important panel. That's why I would talk actually about architecture. It was in February 2011. With the support and under the name of a reputable international organization dealing with conservation of modernist heritage, a conference dedicated to constructivism was organized in Kharkiv. It brought together as a political lovers of so-called Russian avant-garde, as also some neo-Stalinists and neo-imperialists from all over the world. Intentionally for this conference, I developed and guided the tour Linear City based on my PhD dissertation focused on Kharkiv tractor factory. Of course, the building of Держпром was demonstrated to the guests as the main gem. In second place, in terms of recognition and popularity among architectural historians, was the Club of Culture of Railway Workers. The building was designed by architect Oleksandr Dmitriev and built by Southern Railways in 1927-1932. In addition to distinctive architectural design of the facade, unlike many other heritage objects of the interwar period, till recent days, the building related all the richness of decoration of original Art Deco interiors with many high quality details made from granite, copper, and wood, excellent stone masonry and woodwork, and 2 monumental large-scale paintings by Evgen Lansere. On a coffee break at the conference, a neo-Stalinist Moscow architectural historian approached me to show his photos taken during the guided tour. Showing me the interiors of the Club of Culture of Railway Workers, he said, what a treasure, nyam nyam. It was a late March 2022, when as a result of a Russian missile attack, this building was damaged and lost most of its windows. On August 18, 2022, the building was hit by a second Russian missile attack. As a result, the interiors of structural elements of the building were destroyed. The concert hall with an authentic ceiling exploded, and most of so valuable interiors, most of that treasure, burnt out. From the point of view of the very concept of heritage, with all its complexity, this architectural monument is already lost and destroyed. When people talk about cultural heritage, they all the time generalize all its types into one joint concept of cultural heritage: archives, museum, paintings, language, borscht, and architecture. This is convenient for reports of local and international heritage protection institutions because it inspires optimism. We have saved and evacuated so many paintings, so many monuments have been protected, and so many folk songs have been restored and are now available to listen to. This is how term movable and immovable heritage appeared. Architecture cannot be taken out, cannot be evacuated, and is absolutely defenseless in front of bombs and missiles. However, architecture being the most social, most internal, and most solid heritage, at the same time is the most vulnerable and most fragile during the war. It's impossible to protect it. But it is also vulnerable in another way. If an invader finds a treasure like valuable artifacts, he can steal it. Paintings, gold, and sculptures can be taken out and then brought to Moscow or Rostov. Sometimes even architectural details can be torn off and taken to museums far from their original place. For example, you can remove the friezes from the Parthenon and include them in a permanent exhibition in the British Museum. But the architectural treasure cannot be taken out and appropriated. Therefore, being not able to appropriate and exploit architectural heritage, an aggressor has to use another tactic. He has to destroy heritage. That is why heritage is within the scope of the Genocide Convention came into force in 1951, and the Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the Event of Armed Conflict, Hague Convention, adopted in 1954. For decades, since the adoption of the Genocide Convention and other international mandatory legislation in the field of heritage protection, there were too many wars around the globe, like the Vietnam War, Balkan Wars, Syrian Civil War, and others. Despite this, an offender has been brought to justice by International Criminal Court only once, so-called Mali case in 2016. One of the most complex and world-shaking wars in Yugoslavia had no such case related to heritage, despite the fact that the Dubrovnik example was an explicit crime against heritage, and devoted experts such as Helen Balashek strived for years to include in the court case against Milosevic and co-defendants charged of heritage destruction. They failed. The attempts were blocked and this kind of accusations were dropped from the case. The criminals were not punished for their crimes. It was in early March 2022 when I took part in one of the online consultation meetings with the UNESCO Secretariat. At that time, already in many regions of Ukraine, a huge number of architectural monuments were destroyed or seriously damaged. Not to mention how much modernist mass housing in residential areas has destroyed. delegates from many countries, except of course Russia, China, Belarus, and a few of the allies, they disturbance by Russian actions and relations to heritage. And all as one, self-critically and persistently repeated that UNESCO and other organizations don't have anything to respond to this war. No procedures, protocols, means, tools, resources, whatever it can be on both theoretical and practical levels. Because all the protocols, internal rules and regulations for heritage preservation are intended for peace times. Thus, an organization that was established within the framework of the United Nations to preserve and coordinate peace and order after the Second World War for 77 years of its existence and dozens of wars and conflicts that happened during these times, hasn't developed a system of documents, standards, and protocols how to deal with heritage protection during war. So it was blind to war. It just ignored this fact as it ignored the destruction of Aleppo and many other cities and sites. Admitting the fact of their inability to respond to the war in Ukraine, it can be expected that international organizations will start developing necessary protocols and guidelines for themselves, or they can get involved in process of documenting war crimes against cultural heritage in order to have more than just one Mali case, in order to prosecute war criminals. Or they can start the procedure of expelling Russia as an aggressor country from UNESCO and other international organizations, or at least they can cancel this year's World Heritage Committee session in the Russian city Kazan and the chairmanship of Russia in this year. It was in June 2022 when Angela Merkel said, in response to accusations of her role in setting the stage for a full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, if diplomacy doesn't succeed, this doesn't mean that it was therefore wrong. In other words, just because something doesn't work doesn't mean it's wrong. But no, if a mechanism or tool doesn't work, then it must be changed or fixed in order to start working properly. Ignoring the problem can result in a catastrophe. If we don't see crimes against cultural heritage, the culture of some nations and countries can disappear, can be stolen or burned down without a trace. If we don't punish for this, the crimes will be repeated. When an invader finds someone else's treasure, he will be willing to steal it again and again, to appropriate it again or destroy it again. When aggressors have been avoiding responsibility for their crimes for centuries, they make it their national idea. So such avoidance of responsibility becomes the basis of their culture. I accuse Russia of imperialism, appropriating and destroying Ukrainian cultural heritage and identity for centuries. I accuse Russia of destroying the Ukrainian architectural heritage and historical sites. I accuse Russia of destroying the Club of Culture of Railway Workers in my hometown of Kharkiv. And I believe it or not, we will punish these criminals. Choose a side. Thank you.
Thank you, Yevgenia. I would now ask, before we open up the session to questions and answers, there was so much shared that I would like to ask if you have, the panelists, have comments and thoughts as to your colleagues within the panel on the information provided.
Well, if I may just come in on one issue, just there's so many points of commonality and points of nuance, but just one aspect in relation to Nathaniel. I didn't touch on this in my opening comments, but in my work as an international lawyer, I do a lot of work with countries from around the world, including in Africa and South America. And you will all have noticed that in the list of countries that are supporting Ukraine, Europe, United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand at the forefront, there are no African countries, there are no Asian countries, and there are no South American countries. And there is a simple reason for that, in part. And it is the elephant in the room, which Nathaniel touched on. It is the manifest double standard that is being applied by Western countries. And I'm afraid I've got to put Britain and the United States top of the pile in relation to their treatment of this manifest illegality and their own manifest illegality in relation to Iraq, which was only 20 years ago, and which was, of course, occasioned by the events of September the 11th. Today is, coincidentally, September the 11th. And I think we mustn't forget that. You know, I find in my conversations with African ambassadors, African leaders of government, they describe how they are approached, for example, by a British Foreign Secretary or British Prime Minister and asked to offer assistance in relation to the horrors that are now going on in Ukraine. And very often the response that is given by those African countries is, that's really interesting. You, United Kingdom, come to us, an African country, I'm not going to name them, I'm not going to name them ambassadors or prime ministers or foreign ministers. This is individual conversations that I've had with real, living, sentient, smart people. You come to us and you ask us to support you in your effort against a manifestly illegal occupation of Ukraine by Russia, and yet at the same time, you are illegally occupying a part of Africa, the United Kingdom, following judgments of international courts in relation to a place called the Chagos Archipelago. So as part of the conversation about the place of international justice going forward, I am afraid that we do have to put onto the table a manifest inconsistency and double standard between certain countries. And Nathaniel is very clear about that. There's never been accountability for crimes perpetrated by the United States and the British in Afghanistan in relation to interrogation techniques, extraordinary rendition. What moral authority do Britain and the United States have to go to other countries in the world and ask for assistance in relation to this horror when they have perpetrated their own horror in relation to which there's been no accountability? Now, that doesn't, you'll understand from my perspective, for a single moment stop me from joining in absolute solidarity with Ukraine and what is happening. But that's the reality of the situation. About 2 days after I wrote my piece in the Financial Times, I got an approach which came out of the blue from a former British Prime Minister, for whom I have real respect, Gordon Brown, who has taken a lead role in relation to these issues. But of course, Gordon Brown was the number 2 to Tony Blair at the time of the Iraq War and supported the Iraq War. The Iraq War was a crime of aggression. It was manifestly illegal. It was wrong. There's been no accountability in a real sense for it. And I then found myself subject to criticism for having dealings with Mr. Brown. He and I were on opposite sides on Iraq. And I thought to myself, what, because of his position on Iraq, do I decline to have an engagement with him on Ukraine? No, I don't think so. I think, in fact, one could see his engagement with Ukraine as a sort of mea culpa for something that happened before. The point that I'm making is justice isn't a binary thing. It's not black and white. It's not simple. And in reaching out to the rest of the world, in particular to the United States and the United Kingdom, I think our friends in Ukraine have to understand that for many other people around the world, there is a real anxiety about the double standard that is being applied. And that is an elephant in this room that we have to talk about.
Thank you, Philippe. There's a question, unless there's someone on the panel who would like to respond to Philippe prior to Sophia's question. Nathaniel?
No,
thank you. Yeah, please, Raymond, please. No,
I concur with Philippe.
Please,
over to you.
It's just something that I think runs across several panels, how much we are talking about Ukraine and how much we are talking about globe, how we can go beyond. And it's probably a very obvious thing that justice is political. I mean, we know how a lot of politics was in Nuremberg, how things got in the end, and even the way Philippe you were. And I'm just wondering, it's an open comment. I mean, what is positionality of Ukrainian political leaders in Ukraine, and whoever represents Ukraine in this conversation, of thinking through and raising these issues, which are very kind of, maybe you can't say unpleasant, but very raising problematic issues of Western complicity before, while being dependent on Western help. Because I don't know, this is something that maybe is blurring the issue of justice, but it's a question of how this intersection of dependency and solidarity, and I think in Ukraine, what at least I can observe, is getting a more and more awareness on how how there is a need to look beyond EU and beyond North America gradually, and especially as we see that how much there's so much connection, grain to be one of them, and how to turn that into not an economic, but really something else. I mean, my question also would be about the displacement and justice, because we see how many people are displaced and throughout European Union countries and elsewhere, citizens of Ukraine. And then it's about the landscape of justice international, if people could go and address and take it to courts. And then beyond courtrooms, there's this question of people who are citizens of Russian Federation and how to navigate relations and the issue of justice in that realm. And my third question is, we are speaking now, and this also reflects how contingent and how changing is even the moment while we are in, as the Ukrainian army is liberating occupied territories. And maybe your reflection on the justice inside Ukraine, and thinking about collaboration, and thinking about the question of how occupation tears society, and how telling, addressing the issue, what happened during the occupation, during the war, what to keep in mind from your perspective. I'm a historian thinking a lot about post-World War II thing, and how basically in a previous instance we in Ukraine didn't have the chance of much addressing this issue. There was a lot of limitations on how that was done. So thank you very much. This is a pick up which we would like to comment or answer. Thank you.
Who would like to respond to Sophia's points, questions?
Kateryna, do you want to go? Or
I had actually two just interventions to comments on my own, not responses to Sophia's questions. So probably responses should come first.
I think the headline response here to Sophia's great points is, in building off of what Philippe just said, when justice is exceptional in terms of the mechanism by which it's delivered, it usually, I don't want to say undermines future accountability, but it degrades it. And when justice is done in a way that realizes it's building brick upon brick upon the past and creating a foundation for the future, that's when it's strongest. And so I would say to our Ukrainian colleagues, you have, as Ukrainian forces continue to advance, the questions of accountability are going to come more into focus quicker and quicker if this offensive continues to be successful. And you will have increased access to evidence. You will have increased vantage on crimes that we know about and crimes that we don't know about yet, that we will find in the liberated towns. And that means that some decisions need to be made about how justice will be done in a way that reduces its exceptionality and increases its interoperability with past precedent. What that means in English is how do we create a structure here that produces precedents that will do two things: deter perpetrators in the future and speed the quality and quantity of justice available in the future. And so that there will be, back to what I was saying earlier, technical precedents that come out of how you decide to move forward with justice. There will also be normative ones, and those normative ones will be happening in the context of what Philippe and I were discussing in terms of the elephant in the room, that there is exceptional support for Russian accountability and Ukrainian justice mechanisms here, where Syria is not going to see the type of resources and outcomes that you will see. Never. It just isn't going to happen. Yemen isn't going to happen. And so the question for Ukraine is, how do you do this in a way that creates benefit for the world in terms of other countries who may not have the same opportunity to create precedent? How can you use your tragedy, but also your opportunity, to create a pathway to precedent that could benefit other past and future atrocity crimes? That's the challenge. I don't have an easy answer. And the answer will be a political one. And the answer will largely be shaped by you and your fellow citizens. Over.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Any further comments from the panelists to Sophia? No? Okay, with that, then I would ask Kateryna for your thoughts and questions.
Thank you very much, Marta. I wanted to make two comments, and the first concerns this exceptionalism argument, but from Ukraine's internal perspective. Unfortunately, I think both the state and, in a certain way, the civil society have been really over-reliant on the so-called West. So to give you an example, the Crimea Platform Summit, initiated for the first time last year in 2021 in August, to unite the international support for the non-recognition of the occupation of Crimea and launching the debate about the deoccupation and reintegration. The attendees indeed were Ukraine's partners from the EU, from Northern America, and there was some from the East, I think mostly Japan. Ukraine has consistently, not only after February this year, but has consistently, unfortunately, underdeveloped the relationships with the so-called global South. And that is striking, especially given Ukraine's diverse argument about Russia's neo-imperial policy and neo-colonial policy. And I think there were also certain lost opportunities. For instance, if we recall the speech by the representative of Kenya at the General Assembly at the very beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022, there was so much empathy and strength, but perhaps the engagement since then, perhaps the vision of the upcoming grain crisis was not strong enough to really show the engagement on behalf of Ukraine with the states of Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. This is changing now. The example of this year Crimean Platform Summit is that more representatives were invited. The government of Ukraine has increasingly, even publicly, in a public domain, celebrated the cooperation with them and countries of the global South. For instance, for the first time, there was the meeting with the president of Guatemala. So hopefully we're witnessing this reflection and reckoning. But I think it's not only the problem of, Western states reaching out to states of Africa, asking for support for justice for Ukraine. It's also the lack of prioritization that Ukraine itself, unfortunately, accorded to those countries. And my second point refers to Evgenia's very heartfelt presentation about crimes against Ukraine's cultural heritage. apart from the obvious destruction that we have been witnessing in real time now since February this year, I wanted to point out at Russia's more subtle distortive violations when it would change the curatorial concepts at Ukrainian museums in Donbas and Crimea. When Russia would rebuild Ukraine's unique architectural sites, for instance, the only surviving architectural palace of the Crimean Tatars, a Ukrainian indigenous people, in a way that erodes any cultural and historical significance of these objects. So my point here is that we should really also look beyond this tragic destruction and see the subtle distortive practices Russia has consistently applied to Ukraine's heritage since 2014. And also in connection to that, of course, would be Russia's manipulation with history, the changes of the school and university curricula, the re-education of teachers, and the threats and indeed the implementation of the torture techniques and inhuman treatment techniques to teachers who refuse to teach according to Russia's updated education and curricula. I think these are all the important aspects which we should consider while discussing the violations against cultural heritage, while discussing Russia's alleged crime against humanity of persecution, and also while discussing the possible genocidal intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Kateryna. I see Mikhail. If you...
I just had a quick point when I was responding to everybody's presentations, but in particular to Nathaniel's point, which was very well made and very powerful, that it's important to create a situation where the reverberations of the war in Ukraine creates precedents that are meaningful for other places and beneficial for other places such as Syria and Yemen. And I'm sure that Ukrainians can do something in this regard, but the burden here has to be placed not squarely on Ukraine, but squarely on the international community, on the United Kingdom, on the United States, on international institutions. So we can't blame Ukraine for global standards, but for double standards. But instead, we should blame the racist, or let's even say white supremacist, global ideological, political, economic, institutional constellation, which creates those double standards. So that has to be a constant struggle that we in Western institutions, in government, in elite universities like Yale or even UCL struggle against. This isn't something that we have to. This is a global challenge, right? That we have to constantly try to undermine. So I suppose, yeah, this was just a short response.
Thank you, Mikhail. I actually have a question, and it has to do with what or who makes some kind of decision on the hijacking of nuclear power plants, such as Zaporizhzhia and Chernobyl. I mean, when that is potentially a crime of humanity unfolding, and at what point is there some kind of control of that situation, given that it is imminently a precarious situation that extends beyond the borders?
I'm happy to try to come in there. Curiously, you know, the way our lives are bookended, the first article I ever wrote and the first book I ever wrote was about Chernobyl. In April 1986, I was a very young research fellow at another university in England when the Chernobyl accident happened and unleashed a sort of rain of radioactive material across much of Europe and beyond. And I was invited by a foundation in the United States to write a paper about it. Amazingly, in 1986, there was no such thing as international environmental law. It didn't exist. There was no book on it. There was the sense of environmental consciousness just didn't exist. It's completely a construct of the last 30 years. And so now, as we have this debate again on the territory of Ukraine, another nuclear facility, which by all accounts is in a very fragile state and at real risk, from targeting, this seems a very live and real issue. The Russians must know all about the need to protect this facility, and they are under intense and clear and unambiguous obligations to protect that facility in all ways imaginable and possible. And they are well aware of it. The Russians have very good international lawyers. They are active participants at the International Atomic Energy Agency and the other institutions. So there's no ambiguity about their obligations. Your question, Marta, was who takes the decisions? I mean, welcome to the world in which we live. The world of international law is not like a domestic legal order. There's no police force. There's no judicial authority with the power to issue immediately binding decisions. It's a world of sort of sovereigns and consent and negotiations. Kateryna knows this very well. Anyone who's an international lawyer knows this very well. So I think the world, such as it is, the international community, such as it is, has already gone pretty far, whether it's the Secretary General of the UN or the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, in saying this facility is and must be subject to total protection. No ifs and buts, no ambiguity, no nothing. And that is in part because of the experience of Chernobyl of 35 years ago. So in the face of shelling, which we're told is taking place around the facility, and cuts to electricity, which has all sorts of implications, it is scandalous that this and the other facility a few months ago that were subject to these types of dangers is taking place. We have to hope that that facility will be protected and will be safe. But once the conflict is over, there will be a reckoning that there was ever any danger at all for these facilities. But we have an imperfect order, and that's one of the things that the Ukrainian leadership, I think, is acutely aware of. We can't imagine or think about the international legal order as some sort of perfect functioning legal order in which decisions are taken at the top and then they are applied. It's a much more fluid system. So the political effort, the diplomatic effort is intense. But in terms of what legal steps can be taken today, immediately to protect that facility, they are few and far between, beyond putting the Russian Federation on notice that anything that it does that endangers that facility will come back to haunt it in due course. It's an imperfect answer, Marta. We have an imperfect legal order. We have to live with that reality. It's tragic, but true.
I think Beatrice would like to ask a question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for these presentations. I have a question as a clinician and co-author of the UN-sponsored Istanbul Protocol, which is a manual UN-sponsored for the investigation and documentation of human rights violations. I have a question to the panel. Since you mentioned, some of you mentioned the survivors of human rights abuses and genocide, of course, which concerns probably, among other crimes, the crime of rape. We know that women and men and children have been raped in Ukraine. I was wondering to what extent the Ukrainian authorities or other organizations that have come in to help the investigations have constituted a systematic form of investigation in terms of documenting, interviewing the survivors who were victims, and whether there has been a procedure set in place to go about the interviewing and the documentation of human rights abuses concerning people, and not only, as was reported, the digital documentation of human rights abuses.
I can just start off on that and saying that as someone who worked on the Istanbul Protocol in the past. Those types of standards are going to be critical tools, along with the work that's been done by organizations such as Physicians for Human Rights and others in civil society on SGBV, sexual gender-based violence. There are efforts to do two things: to set up coordination structures in terms of support for Ukrainian authorities and Ukrainian capacity, of which there is a significant amount of capacity for psychosocial support. And so the first part is getting the right assets in place to support local Ukrainian capacity against the scope, which we don't fully know yet, of those types of abuses in terms of SGBV, torture, et cetera. The second problem is really to prevent redundancy and to prevent over-interviewing. And that was a problem early on with Bucha, is that there was a gold rush of organizations who were looking for SGBV and torture survivors in Bucha and other similar locations. And really what we have to try to prevent here is survivors from being in a position of being re-traumatized due to a lack of coordination and a lack of intentional investigative design to reduce impact on the survivors, in contact with the survivors. And so that's going to be the real challenge now, especially as the offensive of the past few days continues. We're going to be back where we were in April, but in the Northeast and other regions with that initial triage. And during that triage phase is when most of the worst investigative mistakes and re-traumatization can happen. Over.
Kateryna, you can please.
Thank you very much, Marta. I would like to add that both the state side, Ukraine's War Crimes Unit, and the civil society have at least declared to heavily rely on the Istanbul Protocol. The protocol for the documentation and investigation of conflict-related sexual violence, the Hague Principles on Sexual Violence, have been translated, have been disseminated. So the material has been there. But the question remains still how sensitive the specific investigators on the ground were, how sensitive the specific very good-willing human rights lawyers on the ground were. And here we receive, of course, many problematic issues. For instance, still very direct questions about whether or not a person has been raped are being asked. Still not enough psychological support is provided to survivors during the interviewing process. And what I think Ukraine also lacks and crucially needs is the psychological support to investigators and prosecutors themselves who deal with these cases, because we should also remember that while Ukraine has had specialized war crimes departments since very early on in the conflict, they were very small and they focused only on two regions, on Crimea and Donbass. And now essentially all criminal justice professionals across the country have to deal with these mass atrocities that they haven't had any practice before. And this has a strong emotional toll, not only on them, but also on how they conduct their work, how they engage with survivors. So this issue of insensitivity remains on the state side as well. There is a great hope that this new atrocity crimes advisory group that has formed mobile justice units that unite foreign forensic and legal professionals with Ukraine's domestic investigators and prosecutors, that they would gradually sensitize Ukraine's practices more in line with the Istanbul Protocol and other related instruments. But this remains to be seen. On the civil society side, I know that at least a couple of NGOs, those working directly with victims of torture for years, those detained in Donbass and Luhansk detention centers, they did rely on the the Istanbul Protocol, but they also said that many good-willing investigators and psychologists, they lack the experience of working in particular with so deeply traumatized survivors of war crimes. So here, as I would say, the work has been done, but definitely even more remains to be done.
Just perhaps to comment on this very briefly, there is a European network of torture treatment centers to which I belong and to which the Centre Primo Levi in Paris belongs. I have been conducting trainings with people from the ICC and other courts in order to precisely train lawyers and the investigators in the phenomenon of severe trauma related to torture, and in terms of teaching them how to conduct an interview with someone who is severely traumatized, because there's some very important standards and considerations to be introduced. So I think you can call on existing centers and existing relatively specialized psychologists who have been giving those trainings that exists in many European countries, and you can contact certainly the Primo Levi Center in Paris if you need to.
Thank you. We're at time, although I feel it would only be fair to have Ihor Tsvetkovsky's question. I don't know if it's possible to answer quickly.
I think we can read it out.
But he mentioned, sorry, loaded question for Philippe Sands and Kateryna Busol. Looking from victims' perspective, what do you think is a priority and more beneficial for them? Potential conviction of head of state in 10 years or reparations within 1 or 2 years?
If we can try to answer that question with a very simple yes or no, then that would be good.
Kateryna, over to you. I think it's for Ukraine to decide that question.
So, was that silent?
I will refer to the social polls. The survivors, at least of conflict-related sexual violence that have been engaged in one of the researchers, they said that justice is one of the top priorities for them, but the housing and the medical and psychological support are the key reparations they would want to receive. So justice is there, but obviously the means to ensure their proper livelihood and reintegration will remain the priority.
And I would simply add, I mean, it's going to be a political matter for the Ukrainian authorities to decide, but let us hope it's not a zero-sum game and it's not one or the other.
Thank you very much for an incredibly interesting and revealing panel. Thank you to all our panelists. And we now wait for our final session that will take place. We're taking a small break for 5 minutes and we'll return back at 6:10 London time. Thank you very much to all of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you very much.
Maria, we will wait a little bit, 5 minutes, okay? So всім дуже дякую, хто приєдналися до наступної панелі. Пару хвилин ми там скористаємося о 8:10 київського часу. Чекаємо вас. Перепрошую, що затягнули з попередньою, але ось почнемо.
Hello, everyone. Can we unshare the screen? So thank you very much to everyone who's gathered here for the last 3 days. We have reached the final event in our 3-day symposium, an extraordinarily rich and diverse 3-day symposium. And I will hand over to Maria Grishenko, who is very kindly agreed to moderate this discussion to introduce it. Thank you very much, Maria. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much that you are staying with us for these 3 days. And the next discussion we agreed will be in Ukrainian. So if you need translation, please turn the translation to hear it in English. Отже, всіх вітаю, дуже рада і вдячна вам, що ви з нами були всі ці три дні. І, власне, сьогодні наша завершальна дискусія, але я вважаю не менш важлива. І зараз ми з вами найближчі 1,5 години поговоримо і, власне, обговоримо про ті ініціативи, які сьогодні з'являються в Україні та за межами України, які підтримують Україну і які, власне, спрямовані на майбутнє, спрямовані на відбудову і відновлення України. І в нас буде можливість познайомитися з 7 ініціативами і проговорити ключові цінності, на яких сьогодні має базуватися, власне, ті підходи до відновлення, які ми застосовуємо, і також поговоримо про ті виклики, з якими ми зіштовхуємося. Ну і, звичайно, у вас буде можливість задати свої запитання нашим панелістам. Сьогодні ми будемо говорити про такі різноманіття, різновекторність тих напрямків, які сьогодні вже з'являються. Поговоримо з Наталією Гозак, яка представляє екологічну ініціативу і представляє громадську організацію «Екодія». Поговоримо з Олегом Дроздовим, урбаністом, архітектором, який представить ініціативу, власне, урбаністичну коаліцію для України «Розквіт», з Сергієм Радіоновим та Анною Камишан, які представлять ініціативу «Мрія», яка спрямована на уявлення майбутнього України в довгостроковій перспективі. Також з нами буде Анна Кирій, яка представляє архітектурну палату Національної спілки архітекторів України. З нами Іван Вербицький, який представляє аналітичний центр «Цадос» і буде представляти ініціативу, яка пов'язана з житловою політикою «Рехаузінг». Також з нами буде Юлія Кривич, яка є мисткинею і представляє центр такої культурної солідарності в Варшаві, і Петро Владимиров, архітектор, художник, який також представить ініціативу, пов'язану з відбудовою, пов'язану з допомогою України, зокрема вікнами, а також куратор виставки про інституційну відбудову України в музеї Варшави. Ми будемо з вами сьогодні працювати таким чином, що проговоримо 3 важливі запитання, рухаючись від цінностей і до такої можливості кооперації, взаємодії. І я би хотіла, щоб ми почали з того, що, власне, ви представили свої ініціативи через цінності. І, власне, перше запитання полягає в тому, на яких цінностях базуються ваші ініціативи, і як ви вважаєте, які цінності та принципи мають лягти в основу майбутньої відбудови та відновлення України? Я би хотіла, щоб ми почали, власне, в тій черзі, як я називала, і запрошую пані Наталію бути першою.
Вітаю. Я можу говорити українською, правильно розумію?
Так, в нас буде, так, ми повністю говоримо українською.
Угу. Я представляю громадську організацію «Екодія». Ми вже 5 років в Україні працюємо над різними темами в сфері сталого розвитку та охорони довкілля. І зараз я би хотіла перш за все розказати про те, як і пару слів про те, як громадські організації в екологічній сфері передбачають і працюють над підґрунтям для відбудови України. Десь в квітні стало вже зрозуміло, що звільнені території потребують відбудови, і щодня, і сьогодні, особливо останні дні, ми бачимо все більше і більше звільнених територій. І якщо раніше післявоєнна відбудова була чимось фантастичним, да, чимось таким, що це не те, що фантастичним, це чимось таким, чого треба чекати ще довго. То зараз зрозуміло, що це вже відбувається і потреба є зараз. І з квітня місяця разом з іншими громадськими організаціями ми почали роботу над тим, щоб зрозуміти, які цінності мають лягти в основу відбудови. Зрозуміло, що для екологічних організацій важлива зелена відбудова, і відбудова має ґрунтуватися на принципах сталого розвитку. І ту ціну, яку зараз Україна, українці, українки сплачують за можливість жити в вільній демократичній країні, ця неймовірна ціна, вона не може, неможливо допустити, що після перемоги відбудована Україна буде така сама, як і до. Ми не можемо допустити, що цей історичний момент не використається для того, щоб відбудуватися на наступному рівні. Таку Україну, в яку захочуть повернутися люди, які виїхали. Таку Україну, в яку можна сміливо запрошувати людей з усього світу і показувати, як можна використовувати такий шанс. Не шанс, шанс – погане слово, справді. Моя ідея в тому, що відбудова має відбутися точно на наступному рівні. Цей наступний рівень невід'ємно має складову сталого розвитку. Sustainability як принцип сталого розвитку весь час звучить зараз і на міжнародному рівні, зі сторони донорів, які готові допомагати у відбудові, зі сторони високопосадовців. І для громадських організацій дуже важливо зрозуміти, як це має відбутися. Да? І більше 50 організацій за кілька перших місяців ми сформулювали бачення оцієї зеленої України. 7 принципів, з якими погодилися дуже багато справді організацій. І тепер я дуже коротко про ці принципи. Перш за все, зелена відбудова і сталий розвиток – це не щось окреме, що треба скласти в окрему шухляду, це має бути інтегровано в усі сектори. І всі процеси з відбудови мають включати принцип сталого розвитку і впливу на довкілля. Друга позиція в тому, що політика інвестицій і при залученні фінансування так само має включати необхідну умову того, що кошти використовуються саме для сталого розвитку, і всі додаткові процеси відбудови економіки має оцей необхідний критерій фінансування зелених і сталих рішень. Що таке зелена економіка? Це низьковуглецева, енергоефективна. І особливо, коли ми говоримо про відбудову будинків, високі стандарти енергоефективності є необхідними. І, звичайно, використання природоорієнтованих рішень. Найкращі доступні практики у відбудові промисловості – це так само те, що дозволить вийти на цей наступний рівень. А потім зрозуміло, що ось найкращі доступні технології і екологічні стандарти, які впроваджені в Європі, і до впровадження яких йшла Україна, ці стандарти необхідно так само не відкладати на колись потім, і не використовувати зараз тимчасове рішення, а потім ми зробимо добре. Відразу все має базуватися на використанні високих екологічних стандартів. Європейські екологічні інструменти, такі як оцінка впливу на довкілля, стратегічна екологічна оцінка, всі ці інструменти були впроваджені до війни. Зараз вони, на жаль, дуже скорочені, фактично зупинені, не використовуються. Критично важливо продовжувати їх використання і покращити їх використання. Далі критично важливо залучати місцевий рівень і місцевих людей, саме тому, що відбудова не може бути сталою і зеленою без використання місцевих знань, без відчуття власності, ownership він має бути, і він наступить тільки з залученням справді місцевого рівня. І останнє, це теж частина нашого бачення спільного, що кошти на відновлення, вони, власне, те, що я теж згадувала, безумовно мають включати оцю вимогу до кращих доступних технологій і практик, до дотримання екологічних стандартів і весь цей стандартний пакет. Підсумовуючи, дуже хочеться, щоб це бачення не було, знову ж таки, складено в якусь окрему коробочку, а інтегровано в усі процеси. Я впевнена, що колеги, які будуть озвучувати інші частини, скажімо так, цього пазла, будуть додавати до загальної картини.
Дякую, Наталю. Дійсно, хотіла би запропонувати учасникам нашої панелі додавати до запропонованого пазлу. Пане Олегу, які цінності базуєтеся ви?
Перше, ідея заснування розквіту, вона була, по-перше, розумінням, що щось відбулося зі мною, з всім, з країною, з довкіллям, і що наше життя якось має змінитися радикально, не тільки війною, а всім іншим. І друга важлива річ, це була така серія зустрічей з різного рівня посадовцями, і я зрозумів, що якось приблизно того самого якась відчуття уяви, що таке мрія, що таке майбутнє, його нема. І також нема будь-якого методологічного розуміння, як може відбуватися зміни. Тому була ідея заснувати урбан-коаліцію, яку ми назвали «Розквіт», в яку війшла експертиза достатньо широка і з українського боку, і з іноземного, і вона була сформована більше на зв'язках Харківської школи архітектури і включило, окрім українських експертів, іноземних, які вже мали такі співпрацю з Україною, чи мали достатньо великий час, коли вони працювали в післявоєнних умовах, чи досліджували якраз відбудову в інших країнах. І, як на мене, зараз дуже важливо якраз формування ті самі мрії, ті самі картини майбутнього і певних методологій, як ми можемо досягати. І перш за все, це цінності, і по-друге, це принципи, на яких формується наше майбутнє довкілля. І думаю, що якщо говорити про відбудову, то думаю, що відбудова громад, вона стає найбільш важливішим завданням, і якраз залучення і суспільства, і ми переживаємо неймовірну емансипацію громадянського суспільства, і дає ті умови для невероятних просторових змін і нових операцій, нових ідей. Тому сучасний урбанізм та архітектура неможливі без такої яскравої соціальної повістки програми. Ну, пожалуй, все, що я можу.
Так, дякую вам. Додали важливе підкреслення залучення та емансипації до сталого розвитку. Переходимо до ініціативи «Мрія». На яких принципах засновуєтеся ви сьогодні і які б бачили цінності в відновленні в майбутньому?
Дякую, доброго дня. Дякую за цю розмову і за запрошення. Хотіла сказати, що наші принципи схожим чином, як вже було сказано попередньо, теж базуються на екологічності і на такій амбітності, яка допоможе перейти Україні на зовсім інший рівень життя. Ми розглядаємо майбутнє в довгій перспективі, там 30 плюс років, саме заради того, щоб ми могли уявити найкраще взагалі версію майбутнього, не вирішуючи ті питання, які в нас в безпосередній близькості до сьогоднішнього дня, а виходячи з уявлення про найкраще. Тому і проєкт називається «Мрія», і от Олег теж говорив про мрію. Мені здається, це якийсь такий common...
Важливе слово.
Так, важливе слово, common sense. Щоб Україна розквітла, Олеже, з цієї такої cross-section. Нам здається, що дуже важливо в побудуванні бачення майбутнього люди, в першу чергу, хотілося б, щоб інвестиції йшли не у каміння, не якби це дивно не звучало, там я, наприклад, архітектор в цьому розмові не у будинки, а у людей. Тому що здається, що тільки через людей Україна може стати на ноги, і ці інвестиції швидко окупляться. Тому наша ініціатива вирішила методологічно будувати структуру проєкту через освіту юнакам і об'єднуючи, медіюючи якби знання між експертами світового рівня і юнаками там від 18 років до 24. І таким чином разом з експертами і цією молоддю розвивати проєкт бачення майбутнього, таким чином залучувати широкі маси підлітків, тих людей, які зараз опинилися на роздоріжжі, бути для них, так би мовити, шапкою до Бандора, яка б змогла їм допомогти зрозуміти щось про життя і як вони можуть краще побудувати своє особисте життя для того, щоб допомогти Україні. Таким чином, ми сподіваємося, в тому числі допомогти формулюванню майбутньої української, там, не знаю, можна сказати, еліти чи якоїсь критичної маси. Нам здається, що основне – це людський потенціал. Продовжуючи тему екології, ми б хотіли, щоб Україна стала лідером екологічного розвитку, і першою впровадила так називаємо nature rights, тобто рівноправне відношення і до природних об'єктів, і якби там до людської інфраструктури, і людських інтересів. І останнє, що нам би хотілося, цінність – це горизонтальність, пряма демократія і мережкове прийняття рішень та відповідальність за ці рішення таким чином, як це розвивається там в Швейцарії. В нас же є громади, і ми можемо це розвивати ще на більш щільному рівні, і в це треба, звичайно, інвестувати увагу, час і планування. Це основні наші принципи. Дякую.
Дякуємо вам. До, власне, сталості, важливості залученості ми додаємо також цю інвестицію в людей та, власне, найкраща версія майбутнього, про що ми вже говорили. І, Анно, Кірій, прошу вас додати ці цінності, які сьогодні важливі для вас.
Колеги, вітаю всіх, слава Україні, дякую за запрошення. Я спробую відповісти на поставлене питання, які цінності потрібні для відбудови України, і як не дивно, я для себе це сформулювала, це і моя така базова цінність, я думаю, що вона виходить на перший план, це така цінність, як щирість. Щирість з усіма, всюди і завжди. Як щирість всередині команди, так щирість з людьми, з комунікаціями, з суспільством, з нашими європейськими партнерами, іноземними партнерами, світовими партнерами, які нам хочуть допомагати. Чому я формулюю таким словом? Бо це, знаєте, про людське. Ми можемо багато говорити, називати там транспарентність, прозорість, чесність, але, розумієте, ми повинні вести в усіх наших проєктах, в усіх наших ініціативах, в усіх наших стосунках, які зараз стають світовими, об'єктивно ми не впораємося без допомоги. І нам дуже потрібно бути щирими в цих комунікаціях, в цих спілкуваннях, вибудовуванні стосунків, щоб це було пролюдяне, про людське і про щире. Що стосується моєї ініціативи, нашої ініціативи нашої команди, ми після початку гарячої фази війни, крім того, що є архітектурною палатою України, яка об'єднує сертифікованих архітекторів, ми заснували благодійний фонд архітектурної палати, і ми окремо туди вивели проекти, якими ми зараз займаємося, там близько десятка проєктів. Я запрошую заходити на наш сайт і дивитися про ці проєкти. І для себе ми сформулювали такі, скажімо, цінності також, ви там можете побачити на сайті, і ми дійсно, це не просто словами, їх дотримуємося, це про відкритість, прозорість, творчість і свободу. Це те, з чим ми підходимо до розбудови України. І у нас також, коли ми думали, які проекти саме розвивати, ми вирішили зосередитися на 3 таких основних принципах. Перший принцип – це наша перемога у війні. Це те, що особливо, те, що на першому місці, і в тому плані наш благодійний фонд зосередився на допомозі саме тим архітекторам, які воюють на фронті. Це наш перший пріоритет, ми маємо про них знати, допомагати, це наші герої, і це одні з найкращих воїнів насправді, і вони дуже затребувані в таких інтелектуальних військах, і не тільки. Не можу говорити більше, бо там багато також є військової таємниці, але дуже багато архітекторів воюють, і ми хочемо їм допомагати. Другий стратегічний пріоритет, який ми обрали для нашого фонду, це збереження інтелектуального потенціалу в Україні, збереження наших архітекторів в Україні, щоб вони працювали тут, щоб вони взагалі вижили в цих складних умовах. І ми плануємо їх фінансову підтримку через реалізацію наших проєктів, через залучення їх в наші проєкти. І підтримуємо кожну ініціативу, яка виходить від архітекторів, тому ми хочемо, щоб всі вижили, і хочемо, щоб Україна залишилася з архітекторами тут. Ми хочемо підтримувати тих, хто не поїхав, тих, хто сміливий, тих, хто готовий боротися не тільки на фронті, а й ще й в своїх офісах або на будівельних майданчиках, які готові відбудовувати Україну. І третій наш стратегічний пріоритет – це, звісно, відбудова України, але відбудова її з новими сенсами. Ми такий робили маніфест архітекторів України ще в березні, його підписали близько 3000 людей, компаній, це було дуже приємно. Тобто це нові сенси, які прямо протилежні радянщині, прямо протилежні тому, від чого ми всі біжимо, від цього руського міра. Це має бути Україна побудована на абсолютно нових сенсах, на сенсах свободи, на сенсах демократії, на сенсах інклюзивності, залучені людей, залучені громади, на сенсах партисипативності, партисипації і на такої правильній, щирій комунікації з усіма нашими людьми, для яких ми цю Україну нашу квітучу будуємо. Дякую.
Дякуємо дуже. Знову перетинаються, власне, цінності, пов'язані з інвестицією в людей. Щирість і перемога є найважливішою зараз. Дякую вам. Іване Вербицький, ініціативи пов'язані з новою житловою політикою. Які цінності і задачі у вас?
Так, я можу зараз сказати про 3 речі, які я собі так виписав, коли я думав про те, як ми працюємо, від чого ми відштовхуємося. Перш за все, першу таку цінність, яку мені б хотілося назвати, це цінність розуміння обмежень, власних обмежень. Мені здається, що це щось про нас всередині, значною мірою, та розуміти, що ми можемо зробити тут і зараз, наскільки ми можемо планувати, наскільки амбітно, наскільки широко, наскільки далеко, не втрапити в пастку, заявляти якісь вау-ефекти, які потім не зможуть бути зреалізовані, зважаючи на якісь ресурси і обмеження, які в нас є. А, власне, натомість дивитися на свої сильні сторони і зважаючи на це, на можливості, власне, робити те, що ми можемо найліпше тут і зараз сьогодні, думаючи, як ми можемо прикласти свої зусилля, як ми можемо допомогти справі розбудови нашої країни. Тут мені також здається важливим згадати про необхідність розвитку і підтримки інституцій в Україні, які вже наявні, власне, щоб цей розвиток, він не був, і цей турбулентний час, який ми зараз переживаємо, щоб він не був надто великим викликом для інституцій. І цим викликом може бути як війна сама, так і подальший процес відбудови, який після цієї війни може прийти. Та, власне, може в процесі цієї відбудови з'явитися багато можливостей, багато грошей, багато ще чогось, і це буде не меншим, власне, викликом. І треба якось з цим викликом справитися. Я для себе розумію, що часом, можливо, це буде означати якісь обмеження для себе ставити. Ми існуємо вже 12 років як організація, і мені важливіше, щоб ми проіснували ще 12 років і мали сталий вплив і сталу діяльність, ніж зараз вибухнули якимось великим амбітним проектом, який через рік закінчиться. Власне, ми з цієї перспективи також тематично намагаємося себе обмежувати і розуміти, що ми робимо. Ми, наприклад, зараз працюємо в публічній, в полісі площині з темами житлової політики, з темою освітніх втрат, з темою соціально-економічної підтримки і повернення людей, які були вимушені покинути Україну. Це ми для себе оприділили якісь обмеження, які ми ставимо, і далі не йдемо, бо ми розуміємо, що ми не можемо робити все одночасно. Друга цінність, яку я хотів би, яка теж для нас є важливою, це цінність соціальної справедливості, це використання критичної теорії, для того, щоб ми розуміли, що ніхто не залишиться осторонь того, що ми набудуємо в цьому процесі відбудови, щоб ми орієнтувалися не на середньостатистичну людину чи не на більшість, але, власне, щоб кожна людина не залишилася осторонь. І тут важливе завдання, яке, на мою думку, перед нами стоїть, як перед країною, це, власне, цю солідарність, яка була мобілізована в перші дні після початку повномасштабного вторгнення, як її інституціоналізувати в ті рішення, які в нас з'являться, щоб це не був одноразовий сплеск, а щоб ця перебудова інституцій, про яку ми часто говоримо, вона, власне, цю солідарність себе включала. І перетинаючи це, власне, з першою цінністю обмежень, тут, мені здається, важливим згадати про рефлексію власної позиційності в будь-якому випадку, що б ми не робили, з якої позиції ми робимо, як ми проживали цей час і проживаємо його зараз, і які обмеження це на нас накладає в стосунку до людей, з якими ми взаємодіємо. Власне, третя, остання цінність, про яку я хочу згадати, це дослідження і аналіз як основа всього, що ми робимо. Це, власне, те, що є критично важливим для нашого підходу як цедосу. Власне, відштовхуватися від даних і розуміти, знову ж таки, їхні обмеження, і бути чутливими до контексту, власне, розуміти контекст, в якому ми працюємо, з чим ми працюємо, як ми працюємо. В цьому плані ми зі свого боку, як люди з бекграундом соціальних наук, для нас перше і очевидне, що ми почали робити, це, власне, досліджувати, як війна впливає на українське суспільство, бо ми розуміємо, що без цього ми не можемо рухатися далі з якимись ініціативами, спрямованими на майбутнє. І тут я також хочу згадати два перетини з першими двома цінностями, які я назвав. Перший – це про, власне, обмеження даних, бо вони завжди існують, вони нам про щось говорять, про щось не говорять, в залежності від того, які питання ми задаємо, ті відповіді ми отримуємо. І це обмеження даних як таких, обмеження позитивізму як способу мислення, Попри дані і якусь об'єктивну реальність, існує ще якась цінність на політичні рішення, для яких ці дані можуть бути інструментами в політичних, наприклад, чи якихось інших цілях. І це теж обмеження, яке потребує якогось суспільного консенсусу, можливо, з приводу того, чого ми як суспільство хочемо, і вже тоді на основі даних, наприклад, ми можемо йти в тому чи іншому напрямку. Мабуть, це все від мене. Дякую. Дуже приємно бути тут з вами.
Дякую, Іване. Додаємо важливі цінності критичності, соціальної справедливості, інституалізації солідарності і, власне, рішення, які приймаються на основі досліджень та даних. Дякую вам, пані Юлія. Запрошую вас проговорити ті важливі цінності, на яких ми маємо базуватися сьогодні.
Так, добрий день, добрий вечір. Дякую всім за платформу теж. І одразу представлю, може, коротко ініціативу, до якої я відношусь. І це Солідарний дом культури «Соняшник», «Слонечник», який міститься в Музеї сучасного мистецтва в Варшаві. І як виходить з назви, я перше, чим хотіла розмовляти, це солідарність. І так, як говорили мої колеги раніше, це одна з таких вартостей, яка має бути інституалізована, входити до інституцій на рівні цінностей важливих, і не тільки як ту солідарність, яку ми відчували на початку війни, але теж ставити це як одне з правил, яким ми керуємося при вирішенні різних проблем. Співпраця, і тут я хочу теж нав'язати до нашої ініціативи, яка є сформована на базі співпраці українсько-польської. Як я сказала, я вже давно живу в Варшаві і займаюся мистецтвом, і в перші дні війни повномасштабного вторгнення ми прийшли до Музею сучасного мистецтва, де почали творити такий публічний програм, який нав'язував до, звісно, подій і теж допомагав біженцям. І на початку ми працювали як волонтерський хаб. Зараз ми працюємо більше з культурною освітницькою програмою і офіційно публічною програмою Музею сучасного мистецтва, яка скерована теж на актуальні питання, які зв'язані з геополітикою Східної Європи. І тут я хотіла сказати про цю співпрацю, яка, мені здається, дуже важлива, тому що вона активізувалася на початку і була такою силою, яка нами керувала, але теж такою важливою інклюзивністю інституції, яка в один момент перетворилася в місце, до якого могли прийти всі. Я маю на увазі інституції культури, бо це дуже одне, мені здається, з найважливіших питань – це інклюзивності таких місць. І наша програма теж це здійснювала. І так підсумовуючи, солідарність, співпраця і інклюзивність – це мої цінності, які я хотіла додати.
Дякую, Юля, і дякую, що ви підсумували. Запрошую, власне, Петра Владимирова для того, щоб ви теж поділилися і додали до нашого кошика цінностей та принципів.
Всім привіт. Цей проект теж є українсько-польським, тому я думаю, що я додам скоріше до Юлії, що вона розповідає до її цінностей, і розкажу теж коротко про проект. Передусім хочу сказати, що пошкоджені вікна – це, звісно, одна з найпоширеніших наслідків бойових дій, і що останні півроку, мабуть, соціальні мережі наповнені фото з постраждалих домівок, де замість вікон плівка чи ДСП. Але більшість з тих домівок є придатними для життя, якщо вчасно замінити ці вікна в них. Тому нашим головним завданням в проєкті «Вікно» було зібрати в Польщі і відправити до України вікна саме до початку холодів, щоб люди змогли повернутися у свій дім на деокупованих територіях і зустріти осінь та зиму вже вдома. Тому я думаю, що як перший принцип я би сказав, що це буде нагайність. Друге, що після початку повномасштабної війни ціни на виробництво вікон в Україні постійно зростають. Теперішні обсяги виробництва знизились, звісно, від довоєнних, і на це є декілька причин. Перше – це дефіцит скла, тому що 75% скла ввозилося, власне, з Росії та Білорусі. Друге – це те, що деякі підприємства, які важливі у виробничому ланцюжку знищення, або знаходяться під обстрілами, або опинилися на тимчасово окупованих територіях. Наприклад, Лисичанський скляний завод, який був одним з найбільших виробників скла в Україні. Проект «Вікно» з'явився в Польщі, бо ця країна найкраще підходить для його цілей. Польща є найбільшим виробником вікон в Європейському Союзі і знаходиться поруч з Україною. Враховуючи це, нам з командою фундації Бурда здалося логічним не просто зібрати кошти для допомоги українцям для купівлі будівельних матеріалів, але, власне, спробувати скоротити цей ланцюжок і знайти вікна безпосередньо тут на місці і відправити їх до України. І перед тим, звісно, налагодивши співпрацю з місцевими низовими ініціативами, які вже зараз відновлюють житло та соціальну інфраструктуру у Київській та Чернігівській областях. І тому, як другий принцип, я скажу, що це буде міжнародна співпраця і кооперація на всіх рівнях. На початку цього проєкту в нас було дві гіпотези щодо пошуку цих вікон. За законом будівельне сміття в Польщі має сортуватися, а приватні особи, які роблять ремонт, цим, звісно, неохоче займаються. І ми припустили, що у них мають бути використані, але цілі та неушкоджені вікна вдома чи десь, наприклад, у гаражах. Друга гіпотеза стосувалася виробників і полягала на тому, що виробникам складно продати вікна, які були показані, наприклад, на будівельних виставках або повернуті, тому що не підійшли габарити. І ми подумали, що у виробників на складах мають бути вікна, які вони будуть готові віддати. Перша гіпотеза підтвердилася повністю, а друга лише зараз починає підтверджуватися, тому що виробникам потрібно більше часу і до них складніше дістатися. Але цей процес вже почався, і, наприклад, для школи в Гостомелі один з виробників вже виготовив 23 вікна, і вони вже відправлені і встановлені, якби діти вже там ходять до школи. На початку, якби ми планували зібрати 500 вікон, зараз в нас 650, але одна справа, якби забрати якби вікна в Польщі з різних її кутків, де ми здебільшого якби це робимо своїм транспортом, винаймаючи лише причіп. Ну і інша справа, якби відправити їх до України, тому на даний момент ми якби продовжуємо збирати гроші на транспортування і організовуємо 2 вантажівки, які довезуть вікна з нашого складу у Варшаві на склад у Києві. Ось, вчора ми вже спакували половину вікон, і завтра вранці вони вирушать в дорогу, щоб дістатися до Києва вже, так справді, завтра ввечері. Ось, і я думаю, що як третій принцип, я теж скажу, що це буде екологічність, тому що якби весь цей проект про якби апсайклінг матеріалів, які вже є в наявності в одній країні, щоб якби допомагати іншій країні.
Угу. Так, дякую вам дуже. Отже, представляючи ті ініціативи, які в нас є, підсумую, власне, ті цінності, про які і принципи, про які ви говорили, які в нас на перетині. В першу чергу всі ви говорили про екологічність, про сталість, про необхідність залучення і також про співпрацю на всіх рівнях і кооперацію як всередині країни, так і з закордонними партнерами. Ви говорили про солідарність і таку навіть інституалізацію тієї солідарності, яка є, інклюзивність, про необхідність вкладання в людей і посилення і збереження потенціалу, людського потенціалу, соціального капіталу в Україні, про відповідальність рішень і також рішень, заснованих на дослідженнях, на даних. Мені здається, що це такі ключові речі, на які ви звертали увагу, можливо, щось пропустила, але мені здається, що це такий важливий каркас, від якого ми можемо відштовхуватися для нашої подальшої розмови. Також важливо сказати, що наша сьогоднішня зустріч, як і весь симпозіум, це така можливість почати діалог і познайомитися. Звичайно, це не остання зустріч, тому я би хотіла почати таке обговорення, і тут хотіла би, щоб ви долучалися по мірі того, наскільки вам це запитання личить і розкривалися у відповідях і, власне, розкривали свої ініціативи у відповідях. І також запрошую наших учасників та учасниць писати свої відповіді в чаті, або також піднімати руку для того, щоб задати запитання. Для того, щоб почати нашу дискусію, я би хотіла, щоб ми з вами поговорили про ті виклики, з якими ви сьогодні вже зіштовхнулися в своїх ініціативах, і, можливо, ті такі страхи, побоювання, які ви бачите в майбутньому, і ті виклики, з якими ви думаєте, що нам доведеться зіштовхнутися і, власне, з ними працювати. Тобто давайте поговоримо про виклики, і той, хто готовий, прошу брати мікрофон та говорити.
Я можу почати.
Будь ласка.
Дивлячись на ті тенденції, які є, і це такі на якусь групу донорів, які вже дивляться в бік України, і це достатньо великі гроші, і які одразу шукають дуже швидких і таких зрозумілих рішень. Як правило, це йдеться про великі корпорації, проектні, чи виробників, чи якісь будівельні компанії, І вони вже знаходять спільну мову з певними посадовцями і вже дуже швидко роблять якісь такі плани на на таку відбудову. Ну і як на мене, це такий сценарій цілком можливий, і майже такі помилки були всюди, тому що вони не враховують двох речей: якась такі освіту і рост локальної експертизи і залучення громад в цей процес, який триває набагато більше часу і більш складний, але йдеться про те, що разом з фізичною відбудовою йде таке формування спільноти і формування якихось довгих планів і формування цього як суспільства, так і довкілля.
Так, дякую. Наталія?
Так, дякую. Я хотіла додати, можливо, дещо з іншого аспекту, але такі ризики і побоювання дотичні до сфери довкілля. Зараз дуже потужно лунає тема дерегуляції бізнесу, зменшення обмежень, зменшення контролю для бізнесу, для підтримки економіки, безумовно, для розвитку ринкових відносин, для розвитку підтримки економіки це важливо, але при цьому зняття екологічного контролю і послаблення навіть тих недосконалих механізмів екологічного контролю, які є в Україні, дуже великий ризик. Це ризик того, що в процесі відбудови і так стан довкілля війна сильно погіршує, але в процесі відбудови ще ситуація буде значно погіршуватися далі. І це така, теж непроста межа, а такий баланс, який потрібно знайти одночасно і знімати надлишкову регуляцію бізнесу, якби спрощувати ці процедури, але в той же час міцно тримати, скажімо, цей бар'єр, там, де вплив, справді, саме негативний вплив на довкілля обмежувати і регулювати. Ось. Нема простої відповіді, це так теж в аудиторії питання. Дякую.
Дякую вам. Отже, як тримати баланс між можливістю розвитку бізнесу і тих ініціатив, які є, і чіткою виверженістю і підтримку тих принципів та цінностей та екологічного розвитку, які ми закладаємо. Пані Анно?
Так, дякую за слово. Я хочу поговорити про виклики. Мені здається, я буду щиро говорити у відповідності з цінностями. Наш зараз великий виклик – це підтримка фінансова. Є дуже багато ініціатив, я думаю, що колаборації працюють, і насправді з кимось ми знайомимося, та когось ми дуже добре знаємо, і знаємо ці ініціативи, і підтримуємо один одного, але нам надзвичайно потрібна фінансова підтримка, мабуть, наших закордонних партнерів. І було б дуже добре робити, може, якісь такі зустрічі з пітчингом проєктів, там, де ми би не просто поговорили про цінності наші, це надзвичайно важливо, я розумію, але нам потрібен якийсь пітчинг проєктів, мені здається, щоб представити, щоб розібратися, які проєкти готові підтримати донори, благодійники або ті, хто хоче долучитися справді до відбудови України, долучитися чимось конкретним, бо у мене, знаєте, 50% часу зараз виходить не те, що я виступаю на якихось конференціях, але рухати проекти нам дуже складно. Мені імпонує те, що сказав пан Іван, про те, що рішення мають бути засновані на дослідженнях і даних. От ми займаємося зараз великими таким пріоритетним проєктом, як дослідження кейсів відбудови міст після Другої світової війни. Разом з компанією Appropriation ми взяли 12 міст, і ми вже зробили величезну роботу, і вона публічна, і з вебінарами. Ми хочемо зробити довідник, там у нас є 40 питань з оптикою, фокусом відбудови України, але цей проєкт буде цікавий не тільки нам, це буде цікаво і всім там світовим експертам. При цьому нам дуже складно, ми зараз просто застопорилися на тому, що ми вже не витягуємо це на волонтерстві. І от так нам дуже потрібна в цьому плані підтримка. Ми розуміємо, що це надзвичайно важливий проєкт, який може скористатися багато експертів, як у нас, так і за кордоном, але от десь треба це зробити якісний пітчинг, або зрозуміти, які працюють фінансові інструменти. Бо архітектори, вони або творчі, або підприємці, або бізнесмени, і ми якби маємо дуже невеликий досвід, якщо не сказати нульової роботи з якимись грантовими чи фінансовими інструментами. І цьому би теж мала бути, мабуть, навчитися було дуже добре. Плюс, вибачте, але я скажу про ще дуже великий такий виклик, бо ми всі говоримо про інклюзивність, партисипативність, про залучення людей, громади, таке інше, але великий виклик, те, що робить наша сьогодні державна влада, вони просувають містобудівну реформу, яка звужує дуже сильно права громад, права архітекторів, права органів місцевого самоврядування. При цьому не йде мова ні про якусь щирість, бо не чорне називають білим, а не біло-чорним навпаки. І там насправді відбуваються речі абсолютно протилежні тому, про що ми тут всі з вами мріємо. І це теж ще один такий виклик, тому що інституції мають бути спроможними. Да? Я будую там архітектурну палату, ми її будуємо з багатьма там колегами, і у нас дуже потужна команда. Але ну фактично там вчора ми дізналися, що спілку архітекторів відключили від реєстру. Да? І ми за те, що ми виступали проти містобудівної реформи. І тепер, наприклад, ми не можемо внести в реєстр сертифікат архітектора, і архітектор не може поставити свій електронний підпис на свою проєктну документацію. Тобто, фактично, те, що робиться з центральної влади, вони позбавляють архітекторів права на професію сьогодні. І це робиться свідомо, і це дуже неприємні речі, і перепрошую, але я буду про це говорити. І це один з найбільших викликів, теж, які зараз відбуваються. Дякую.
Дякую вам, Анно, за щирість. Також можемо повернутися і до питання інституційної спроможності. Зараз даю слово ініціативі «Мрія», бо в нас там 2 людини. Так, даю вам.
Тепер моя черга. Всім привіт, мене Сергій звуть. Я скажу про такий ризик, як те, що стратегічні ініціативи не превалюють, тактичні ініціативи превалюють над стратегічними. І тому що ми робимо стратегічний проєкт, який такий націлений на перспективу 30-50 років, теж дуже складно теж знаходити якісь можливості і фонди, тому що всім актуально, тому що війна відбувається, актуально те, що тут і зараз відбувається. Але якщо ми хочемо розбудувати і досягти якоїсь амбітної цілі, там, не знаю, повністю сталої економіки країни або там відкритої успішної країни в майбутньому, ми маємо дивитись прямо в майбутнє і планувати вже назад з тої великої цілі, яка буде через 30-50 років бачення, усвідомлення, яким ми будемо, і потім розгортати це на перспективу там 5-10 років і тактичної відбудови країни. І ще поділюсь просто таким практичним досвідом, тому що один з наших проєктів, який ми робимо зараз, він присвячений моєму рідному місту Маріуполь. І для нас ми робимо стратегію бачення для міста, залучаючи маріупольську молодь, експертів. Звісно, дуже багато невизначеностей, і ми стикаємося з тим, що дуже складно просто навіть знаходити якусь інформацію і планувати конкретніше. І тому в нас і проєкт так трошки змістився в бік такого щось направленого туди в 30-50 років і стратегічного планування далеко вперед. Тобто ми з наших викликів відштовхуємось і переробляємо їх в наш потенціал, можна так сказати.
Угу. Так, дякую вам. Знову піднімаємо питання важливості даних, так, і ось цього протилежностей, тактики та стратегії, та, і мені здається, що тут важливим є і те, що говорив пан Олег, та, що необхідність оцієї гармонізації та тих рішень швидких, на які вже погоджуються громади, і стратегічного бачення, і такого більш виваженого і довготривалого підходу, та, і це такий виклик, як це гармонізувати. Іване?
Так, я хочу частково теж підтримати те, що сказали колеги і колежанки зараз. По-перше, це про сталість українських інституцій, власне. Нам потрібно розуміти, що коли ми починаємо щось робити, то ми теж беремо на себе якусь відповідальність, і відповідальність в тому числі перед людьми, які нам довіряють щось. І, власне, нам потрібно якби їм зробити те, що ми пообіцяли. Та? Тобто ми не можемо спланувати свій проект погано і, власне, зрадити ті очікування, які щодо нас були. І якщо йдеться про якісь плани відбудови чи якоїсь допомоги громадам у відбудові, то треба дуже чітко розуміти ці межі відповідальності, очікування взаємні, та щоб не було, у будь-якому разі буде розчарування, швидше за все, але нам потрібно його максимально зменшувати. Я також хочу, власне, підтримати те, що сказав Олег, власне, про цю позиційність між українськими і міжнародними партнерами, чи міжнародними організаціями, які починають працювати з Україною. І справді це стосується як і розвиткових проєктів, так і академії, в тому числі, коли ми бачимо західних колег-дослідників, які починають досліджувати Україну, є якісь українські колеги, які тут теж працюють, які перебувають в іншому становищі фізично, емоційно, психологічно. І ці стосунки між, власне, партнерами з Заходу і людьми в Україні, вони, власне, мають бути максимально коректними і не експлуатаційними. Нам, кожному з нас, хто працює зараз з Україною, незалежно від того, чи ми ззовні, чи ми всередині, треба розуміти, що нами рухає, яка наша мотивація, чи ми прибуткова організація, і нами все ж таки рухає прибуток, чи ми не прибуткова організація, але що тоді рухає нами, чи ми робимо цей проект для якогось власного символічного капіталу, наприклад, чи ми щиро хочемо допомогти комусь, кому ми хочемо допомогти, і якщо вони нам скажуть ні, то ми не будемо допомагати. І багато інших питань, які з цього виникають, і, власне, відповідей, яким чином зробити нашу взаємодію з кимось, чи взаємодію між нами, як партнерами, власне, рівною, справедливою. Попередня панель була присвячена питанням, власне, відповідальності, і там багато йшлося про те, що Україна частково має складнощі, бо наші партнери, які зараз нам допомагають з країн першого світу, вони мають якісь непропрацьовані минулі гріхи, так би мовити, перед іншими країнами в світі, які зараз відмовляються допомагати Україні через ці старі травми. І, власне, це приклад того, як якісь речі можуть мати потім довготривалий ефект, і нам теж треба максимально уникнути якихось, спробувати, якщо ми це можемо, уникнути якихось таких неприємних досвідів взаємодії. Тут в Україні дуже б хотілося, щоб ми змогли.
Дякую, Іване. Мені здається, ми можемо додати до наших цінностей та принципів також ця рівноправність стосунків та того, як ми вибудовуємо наші партнерства. Я ще хочу сказати, що в нас буде можливість поговорити про взаємодію та партнерства. Чи є бажання також висловитися Юлію або пана Петра щодо даного питання?
Так, я чому на початку сказала про цю інклюзивність, тому що, мені здається, в інституціях культури, я теж хотіла б погодитись з моїм попереднім колегою з Іваном про партнерство, тому що якби я почала теж бачити, що останнім часом війна трохи перестає бути якби на перших сторінках, наприклад, польських газет, і якби інтерес і допомога теж починає спадати. Якби, і ми це чуємо теж на якомусь такому інституційному рівні, якби співпрацюючи з дуже інституцією культури в Варшаві, і та інклюзивність – це те, про що мріє кожна інституція, і пишуть взагалі європейська інституція, і пишуть у своєму описі завжди, що хочуть бути інклюзивними, але на ділі це по-різному виглядає. Якби це кожна інституція – це великий, як я називаю, кит, дуже велика риба, яка, щоб щось змінити, мусить пройти всі рівні якби бюрократичної структури. І це, наприклад, якась така проблема, яка сидить у нас зараз, із якою ми зустрічаємось щодня. І так, це від мене, що хотіла додати.
Так, дякую вам. Мені здається, що це теж дуже важливий такий акцент на тому, що необхідно, і це прослідковується в майже, мені здається, усіх ваших відповідях, це необхідність пов'язати ці принципи та цінності, на якими ми засновуємося, і тими діями та і конкретними реалізованими практиками, та які ми реалізовуємо, да, тобто, щоб це співпадало сьогодні, і це такий трансформаційний шлях, який і ми маємо пройти, і також ті партнерства, які ми сьогодні вибудовуємо. Петро, чи є?
Так. Я би хотів тільки додати, що так насправді я думаю, що, звісно, я буду, як би казати, з перспективи Польщі, тому що я тут знаходжусь, але я думаю, що ця допомога не зникає. Я думаю, що вона так насправді переходить на якийсь інший рівень, і вже якби є якісь дзвіночки, що якби країна починає відбудовуватися, якби в різних, звісно, якби не в перспективі, може, 30 років, але якби вже зараз. І я думаю, що тут є дуже багато, як би це сказати, зацікавленості в тому, як допомогти українцям відбудовувати. Наприклад, є в Варшаві така ініціатива, яка називається «Дом відбудови України», ціль якби якої є якби допомогти разом з українцями сформулювати якісь полісі, які будуть пізніше або можуть бути імплементовані десь в Україні. Ось, тому я думаю, що так справді виклик і ризик тут є такий, що, як би це сказати, є бажання, є спроможність, але немає якби законодавчої бази на це. Тому якби ці речі досить часто якби трапляють кудись, тобто вони якби не можуть бути реалізовані, тому що якби немає на це якогось законодавчого впливу. Тому що, наприклад, раніше, наприклад, гуманітарна допомога ввозилася з Польщі в Україну без якби жодних паперів, можна так сказати. Але зараз, наприклад, досить складно щось ввозити, тому що треба якби пройти через якби бюрократичний ад трохи, з одної сторони. З другої сторони, все якби в Україні стає досить якби вертикально організоване, тому що раніше якби ця співпраця могла бути між організаціями. Зараз, якби, наприклад, це має приймати адміністрація, яка пізніше має це передавати організаціям, і це якби взагалі якась дуже складна річ. Ось, тому якби якби резюмуючи, хотів сказати, що це якби, якщо є якийсь виклик, тобто це зробити так, щоб законодавча ця відбудова і це партнерство якби могло бути.
Дякую вам. Я би зараз хотіла відкрити можливість поставити запитання від аудиторії. Якщо у вас є запитання, можете підняти руку і задати його вголос. Можете також написати в чаті. Софія?
Напевно, є питання, але я також подивимося, можливо, чи ще хтось є, тому що треба бути свідомим своєї позиційності. І моя позиційність є позиційністю влади, тому що як співорганізатори ми маємо доступ до мікрофону. Тому, Марія, дуже прошу мене зупиняти. Напевно, одна думка, яка тут як історик, я, напевно, думаю про те, здатність думати про відбудову вже є привілеєм. Тобто просто ми всі тут привілейовані. І як ми цю привілейованість розуміємо, і як ми її транслюємо. І мені здається, що це партисипація, участь, це щось, що є надзвичайно. Знаємо, що з війни виходить empowerment, так? Тобто, що люди, емансипація, так? Але вона сама не виходить. Тобто, наскільки ми свідомі є в тому, кого ми не залучаємо, тобто, кого ми не чуємо, хто не має можливості включитися. Мені це надзвичайно важливо. Мені також здається, що те, що ми з попередніх відбудов, це є про обмеження, тобто ж вразливість на експертність. Експертність не є об'єктивною, вона є важливою, але знання не є універсальними. І оця критичність, це одне з таких, я сказала просто, це як коментарі, можливо, ці коментарі також ваші коментарі, або якісь рефлексії викличуть. Я думаю, що етика, велика розмова про етичність, це, напевно, одна з найголовніших. І тут, якщо, наприклад, досить легко нам, в нашій уяві, говорити, що ми залишимо радянське в минулому, так? Тобто, я думаю, що направду те, що є важливо, це те, що нам складно робити. Ті речі, які легко робити, вони добре їх робити. Але що ми можемо якби заперечити або пропрацювати з передвоєнного, тобто з тими процесами, які, наприклад, тобто ми, як експерти, були implicated, тобто з забудовою нерегульованою, з нерівними стосунками прибутку і капіталу, і експерти, які є в цьому. Тобто, як ми взагалі можемо мати не тільки відверту розмову про радянський період, але також відверту розмову про те, що не так з нашими містами, і що не так з нами, тобто, що ми є не те, що вони винні, але мається, тобто, як ми в цьому брали участь, тобто ми є. Тобто, це якось така. Як історик, я також можу, як історик, тобто це, напевно, також для цього не потрібно бути істориком, щоб це побачити. У відбудові надзвичайно, то ми дивимося на період, коли ми будемо дуже виснажені і дуже збуджені. Тобто від можливостей, і в нас буде мало терпіння. Тому у нас також це буде досить конфліктна сфера. Тобто питання про те, як бачите конкуренцію, тобто ризик конкуренції між собою або іншими. Що зробити, тому що потрібно, це добре конкурувати, але також коли це стає перешкодою. І те, що хто що робив під час війни, де був, і до війни, це дуже буде важлива тема. Тобто, хто де був і що робив, і мені здається, що також ще одна є така межа, тобто звідки ми беремо свій досвід, як ми його рефлектуємо. Наприклад, ми дуже багато говорили про залучення міжнародних, багато міжнародних архітектурних фірм, архітекторів і експертів працювали з Росією. Але не тільки. Тобто багато людей, які є в Україні, мали освіту в Росії, роботу в Росії. Одна різниця – це мати до 2014 року, інша – мати після 2014 року. І це до інклюзивності. Кого ми включаємо, кого ми виключаємо, хто себе включає, а хто… І це питання теж етичності, тобто як ми навігуємо це рішення. І як ми інструменталізуємо теж чи ні оцю позицію привілейованості і будування власного чи будування спільного. Як ми робимо цю межу? Тобто якісь такі, напевно, цілий набір, який я і запрошую поділитися.
Так, дякую, Софія, за рефлексію. Запрошую поділитися своєю рефлексією на рефлексію Софії. Бачу руку Олега.
Так, я хотів би теж тронути тему солідарності внутрі України, тому що, якщо ми подивимось на цей пісочний годинник, він перевернутий в одну тільки сторону, і це говорить про те, що, і це вже відбувалось після 14-го, що такі певні пустині, які, тому що вони пов'язані не тільки з фізичним руйнуванням, але також з травмою, і вони стають на достатньо довгий період таким місцем, де залишаються тільки літні люди, не знаю, там частково маргінали, але якесь таке більше життя виходить надовго. І як нам працювати з цим, як зробити цю Україну такої цільної, гомогенної з точки зору якості. І такий дуже простий приклад. Там один із єврочиновників хотів приїхати в Київ, щось подивитися і вибрати, що вони з зруйнованої спадщини можуть фінансувати, але поїхати він мав час тільки там на 50, не більше кілометрів від Києва. І це якраз говорить про те, і ти розумієш, що, наприклад, інвестиції пов'язані з якоюсь такою відбудовою, наприклад, во Львові, де я зараз знаходжусь, в десятки разів більше, ніж, наприклад, в Чернігові, де було достатньо якогось руйнування, і це про якраз оці рівень солідарності і бачення країни як чогось цілого, і наших місій, і наших енергій, наших ресурсів, як щось таке дуже важливе, що оцих пустот ми не залишаємо.
Так, дякую, Анно. Даю вам можливість.
Дякую. Дякую, Софії, за таку рефлексію потужну і за привілейованість. Я з такого боку про це не думала, але по факту так і є. І у мене це слово асоціюється далі з відповідальністю. Бо коли ти маєш привілеї, то ти маєш зразу і відповідальність. І тут, знаєте, як тебе ніхто не може призначити, ти можеш призначити себе сам. Тобто для того, щоб мати цей привілей, треба бути усвідомленим, мати сміливість про це говорити, мати інтелектуальну спроможність, перепрошую на слові, системність мислення. І мені здається, що архітекторам це взагалі дуже-дуже властиво. Я не вірю в якусь конкуренцію між проектами чи архітектурними компаніями. Я думаю, що ті виклики, які нас чекають, вони точно про колаборацію, і у нас буде така велика кількість задач, що точно хтось знайде для себе свою, і я знаю, що ми можемо в колабораціях один з одним, з іноземними колегами дуже добре працювати. Але я дякую Софії за підняте питання про тих, хто працював на Росію. Для мене це дуже болісне питання. І я на це питання, я собі на нього щиро відповідаю. Я вважаю, що такі люди мають бути не рукопожатними або не рукостисканими, це українською в принципі. Особливо ті, хто працювали з 2014 року на Росію, да, бо є компанії, у яких були мобілізовані люди, фахівці, архітектори, яких ми підтримували, а одночасно хтось працював в Росію, сплачував туди податки. І я вважаю, що ці речі неприпустимі. В принципі, це моя особиста думка, але я вважаю, що про це має бути принаймні якийсь діалог. Я готова свою думку змінити, якщо це буде проговорено в суспільстві, і ми скажемо, окей, у нас має бути якась амністія, бо ми там на перший план, на перший фокус, і на перший пріоритет ставимо, окей, якісь інші речі, там суперпрофесіоналізм, ще щось. Але я дуже категорично проти, щоб такі речі виходили непроговореними, і не озвученими суспільством, і не усвідомленими, чому і як ми це робимо, чому ми працюємо з тими людьми, а не з іншими. Тобто, окей, я розумію, якщо це геніальний проєкт, наприклад, який переміг в конкурсі, окей, там, не знаю, Філіп Мацура чи ще хтось працював на Росію, але ми вважаємо, що цей концепт геніальний, давайте ми його оберемо по таким критеріям. Але коли ми просто обираємо людей або компанії, які багато років працювали на Росію, а тепер вони будуть робити нам проекти без навіть подібної розмови в суспільстві, я вважаю такі речі злом. Дякую за підняте питання.
Дякую. Чи хто хоче з наших панелістів та панелісток ще відреагувати? Добре, важливість відповідальності, брати на себе відповідальність, розуміючи свою привілейованість, і також, власне, залученість та конкурсна основа, і цей суспільний діалог і комунікацію, про яку говорила Анна, мені здається, дуже важливою. Я хочу спочатку дати слово Богдану, а потім, Катерина, бачу вашу руку та бажання. Спочатку був Богдан Орешкевич, вам можливість задати запитання вголос.
Може просто прочитати потім, тобто, пане Богдане, напишіть запитання, і тоді, тобто, поки Катерина,
Добре.
тому що добренько.
Добре, тоді даю Катерині. Катерина, ваше запитання.
Ну, у мене насправді, по-перше, добрий вечір, дякую за панель. У мене і питання, і коментар, і воно буде досить довге, тому одразу прошу вибачення. В 2015 році я працювала в платформі «Ізоляція», це платформа культурних ініціатив, і один з проєктів називався «Архітектура України», і передусім він стосувався Маріуполя, бо Маріуполь тоді був дуже близько до лінії розмежування і були постійні обстріли. І, власне, ми тоді ініціювали проєкт про те, як взагалі жити прифронтовим містам, і запросили туди архітекторів, урбаністів, щоб подумати якраз про ці майбутні проекти, про майбутнє життя, про цінності і так далі. І один з фокусних проєктів стосувався зруйнованої міської адміністрації. І що тоді всіх дуже сильно і здивувало, і обнадіяло, це те, що серед там дуже інтенсивного тижня роботи з локальною спільнотою у нас була зустріч з місцевими архітекторами, які на початку були дуже обережними в комунікації з закордонними спеціалістами, тому що вони казали, що от ви знову приїдете, і ви потім поїдете, ви нашу експертизу не сприймаєте. І це була дуже довга дискусія, яка насправді фактично ні до чого не призвела, але дуже багато змінила в розумінні того, які проекти будуть робити ці художники, архітектори і дизайнери. І, власне, і це багато дало і мені так само для рефлексії щодо цього проекту. Тому що навіть я, людина, яка була народжена і вирощена в цьому регіоні, яка постійно про це думає, багато з цим працює, я думаю, чи маю я, скажімо, право там працювати, імплементувати свої проекти і якимось чином нав'язувати свою думку, з ким я маю солідаризуватися, чи мають це бути люди з України, чи вони мають бути саме з регіону, чи вони мають бути іноземці. І зараз, як людина, яка вже приїхала в Ірпінь, і тепер я бачу, як в Ірпіні ця іноземна експертиза приходить і починає пропонувати проекти на 100-500 мільйонів років, я розумію, що для мене все це виглядає дуже абстрактно, тому що важливим постає питання цієї власності, не лише землі, яка може бути розподілена серед девелоперів, архітекторів так само, бо зараз для багатьох людей це така золота жила, до якої вони хочуть долучитись і вписати це в своє CV, сказавши, що ми тут працювали умовно там рік чи місяць чи скільки-то, а я розумію, що для місцевих людей це життя в довгостроковій перспективі. Для мене, але з іншого боку, коли мені кажуть, що це ми плануємо проєкт на 50 років, я не вірю в цей проєкт. Мені здається, що це трохи повіює популізмом, тому що я не бачу, що буде відбуватись протягом цих 50 років. І я, як людина гуманітарної освіти, дуже завжди себе на цьому прискіпую, тому що я можу дуже швидко... Я обожнюю мріяти, мені подобається мислити наперед, але мені хочеться в цьому сенсі бачити якісь прагматичні рішення, реформи, чіткі дії того, як це буде розвиватись. І тут, можливо, я би сформувала питання таким чином, хто має право формувати це майбутнє, з ким, яким чином, і якщо ми говоримо про цінності, то яким чином ці цінності мають відображатися в законах українських, локальних, як вони мають бути поєднані з економікою, яка насправді зараз дуже важливий момент, і якраз мені здається, що через це воно стає такою золотою жилою, куди люди хочуть прийти, будувати свої кар'єри, або просто умовно заробити гроші. І як тоді бути з цим конфліктом, як його вирішувати, але головне, чи ми бачимо вже його зараз, щоб тоді вже, коли там скінчиться війна, не опинитись в ситуації, коли ми просто не зможемо нічого змінити і вплинути на цю ситуацію. Дуже дякую.
Дякую вам. Запрошую приєднатися до рефлексії. Бачу руку пана Олега.
Як на мене, є тільки один сценарій, та ми розуміємо, що ми достатньо неосвічені, і нам потрібна зовнішня експертиза, дуже різна, і, наприклад, немає інститутів якогось регіонального планування, та й взагалі планування як таке, і дослідження, це щось, ті речі, які ми ще не володіємо дуже добре. Але набагато важливіше все ж таки якраз створити цей інститут партисипації, коли і у нас в розквіті були вже зустрічі з спільнотою Рівного і Бучі, і коли ти приходиш на зустріч, ти бачиш міських активістів, мера, заммера, архітектора, якісь проєктантів міських, і ти розумієш, так можна починати, але на наступному кроці вийти в якийсь більший такий простір цієї громади, і витратити час, щоб зрозуміти, де ми були, та сформувати цю мрію разом. Це не має бути тільки візія архітектора. І якось крок за кроком це будувати, це розуміти якусь послідовність всього цього, і якось рухатись. Але це буде дуже важко, тому що ми цього не робили. Але якщо ми цього не зробимо, ми якось не вийдемо з тієї пастки, в якої ми знаходимося, де все вирішує якісь там там 1 чи 2 чи 3 дуже короткі такі кроки. І я думаю, що про те, що варто на що витратити час на оцю на таку спільність, тому що воно буде тримати певний час напрацювання цих інструментів, ці довіри може якийсь час, але дуже важливо, що це і дослідження, і якісь акції, і освіта одночасно. І більше ми не маємо інших можливостей, і це має відбуватися якось разом.
Угу. Дякую. Чи хоче хтось з панелістів та панелісток додати? Так, Сергію.
Так, я хотіла додати до того, що сказав вже Олег стосовно партисипації. Мені здається, що це абсолютно точно, як вже сказала раніше Софія, стосовно привілегійної позиції кожної людини, яка має спроможність займатися проектами бачення, а не там фактично приймати участь у війні. Мені здається, що тут відповідальність лежить якраз у придуманні цього методу, яким чином можна залучати людей у проект, які не тільки не мають змоги якби фізично, але не мають змоги інтелектуально. Підтримую, що у нас не вистачає освіти, тому ми якраз думали про те, щоб залучати тих людей, там молодь, у якої є достатньо часу і потенціал для того, щоб якось займатися цією освітою. І мені здається, що цікаве було питання стосовно колаборації, тобто колаборація ініціатив – це якби одна така горизонтальна структура, і друга структура – це стосовно колаборації ініціатив з тими людьми, які не мають спромоги приймати участь у придумуванні майбутнього. Це якби дві паралельні історії. І от стосовно якби горизонтальної колаборації ініціатив, мені здається, що тут важливий діалог, і це чудово, що в нас зараз є можливість для розпочатку цього діалогу, тому що якщо як мені здається, у нас усіх доволі різне бачення того, як всі там проекти мають розвиватися. У нас абсолютно точно вийдуть дуже різні ці бачення, як продукти, і саме різність цих бачень стане основою для того дуже практичної, професійної розмови стосовно того, як нам рухатися. Тому що без якби того образу майбутнього, тобто має бути щось, від чого відштовхуватися. Неможливо просто говорити, не бачачи. Тобто, якщо буде якийсь образ цього бачення, ми тоді зможемо від нього відштовхнутися і сказати, ага, у тих це добре, це погано, і ми зможемо якби рухатися. Це історія про все-таки рух, мені здається, професійний, поступовий, і він має бути візуалізований у якийсь продукт. Тому що балачки, вони не допоможуть. І тут, якби питання, яким чином вибудовувати цей горизонтальну розмову серед ініціатив, з одної сторони, з другої сторони, яким чином професійно і методично включати людей, які не мають змоги бути включені в цю розмову і фізично, і інтелектуально. І стосовно інклюзивності, я людина, яка вважає, що перш за все це професійні якості, етичні, моральні. Мені би хотілося, щоб Україна розвивалася як мультикультурна країна, тому що мені здається, що тільки таким чином Україна зможе бути конкурентоспроможною у майбутньому. І мені здається, що якщо ми будемо таким чином вибудовувати наше професійне бачення розвитку країни, залучаючи і розмовляючи один з одним, у нас є всі шанси на те, щоб дійсно зробити свою мрію реальністю. те, що я хотіла додати. Дякую.
Дякую дуже. Також хотіла би запросити наших учасників та учасниць панелі відповідати таким більше спрямованим до вас коментарям в Q&A письмово. Зокрема, є запитання до Петра, але зараз даю слово Петру, оскільки ви хочете висловитися, то, можливо, і прокоментуєте поставлене запитання до вас щодо того, як можна реалізовувати більш сталі проєкти в Україні пов'язані з відновленням.
Я, мабуть, відповім якось приватним повідомленням на це питання, тому що я тільки що подивився, що воно є. Але я хотів би додати щодо цієї дискусії, тому що, звісно, Україна проходить зараз через досить болісний процес nation building, але теж хочеться сказати, що досить хотів би тільки сказати про оптику того, що є щось таке, що теж в дискусіях називається як state building. Тобто, будувати державу – це не є те саме, що будувати націю. І хотів би тільки сказати, що, наприклад, то, що вдалося, наприклад, радянській, польській владі в Польщі, з'єднати всю націю в 20 сторіччі, це не вдалося зробити в Україні. І дивлячись, не знаходячись в Україні, Україна виглядає досить різним, як різна країна, досить різноманітна. І питання так насправді таке, це теж питання відповідальності, як це уможливити в процесі відбудови, щоб це не зробити, як це сказати, насильне, таке насильницьке, щоб це не стало, як би це правильно сказати, щоб зробити так, щоб різноманіття далі було можливо як фреймворк до відбудови.
Угу. Так, дякую вам дуже. Дуже прошу шановних панелістів та панелісток долучитися до відповідей на запитання письмово в Q&A в нашому чаті. На жаль, наш час вичерпався, і я маю завершувати нашу панель сьогодні і завершувати наш симпозіум. Мені здається, що важливо підсумувати те, про що ми сьогодні говорили, що в першу чергу наша розмова протягом цих 3 днів – це така можливість створити майданчик для початку співпраці, колаборації, обміну думок, обміну критичними думками, і для того, щоб ми почали і продовжили, власне, той діалог, який сьогодні вже є в нашому суспільстві, про наше майбутнє. І тут дуже багато перетинається з того, що ви говорили, і про виклики, і про цінності, і принципи, і в першу чергу це солідарність, а також партнерство на засадах рівності, це щирість і інклюзивність. І це про те, що ми маємо вибудувати ці зв'язки такі вертикальні, і пам'ятаючи, що це має бути відбуватися на всіх рівнях, як на національному, так і на локальному. І, звичайно, ставити пріоритетність і говорити про те, що наші громади мають бути в пріоритеті. І ви всі говорили про важливість партиципативності і важливість пам'ятати про нашу привілейованість і залучення тих, в кого менше спроможності сьогодні говорити. Мені здається, що, власне, розмова про цінності і про ініціативи – це таке важливе завершення сьогоднішньої розмови. закликаю всіх учасників та учасниць контактувати між собою, подивитися, і якщо у вас не було такої можливості, і інші наші панельні дискусії, і, можливо, там ви теж знайдете важливі для вас партнерства і важливі зв'язки, які сьогодні вам потрібні для підтримки і вашої ініціативи, і також для вибудовування тих стратегій і також тактичних рішень для майбутнього розвитку України. Дуже вам вдячна сьогодні за ваш час, за вашу участь і за те, що були з нами, незважаючи на те, що в Україні сьогодні...
За ваш пізній час.
Так, вже 9:40. Передаю слово тобі, Софія, так?
Дякую. Я хочу тільки ще раз сказати дуже вам дякую за сьогодні і за роботу взагалі. І симпозіум не є першим, не є останнім. Я думаю, нам було важливо мати кілька рівнів, які перетинаються, але це теж десь підсумовуючи, але не завершуючи. Я хочу передати слово колегам Марті і Міхалу, щоб ми поволі казали до побачення, напевно, так скажемо. Так. Міхал, Марта, we can switch to English. На цьому, в цей момент ми можемо перейти на англійську для всіх учасників.
Дякую всім. Yes, I'd like to first and foremost, at the conclusion of this symposium, a meeting of individuals and ideas, like to say that I don't believe this is our first meeting and our last meeting. I believe this has cast an expanded net and a community of individuals that can stay in correspondence and in dialogue. And I see this very much now as a foundation for an autonomous school of sorts. Sophia and I have often spoken about the word exile, and we don't like that word. So we will not say exile, because everyone who participated here, or many of you who have participated, are living and inhabiting the space of war. And so first and foremost, I thank all of you that have taken the time and the effort to take part in this symposium and take the time. I'd also like to thank the community of academics and scholars and practitioners who selflessly participated in this symposium. And I have also to thank, financially, we have had the support of the Macmillan Center at Yale University, the Yale Office for International Affairs, the UCL Office for Global Engagement, the UCL Bartlett School of Architecture, the Fringe Center, the UCL School of Slavonic and Eastern European Studies. And we've also had the informational support of the Fund of the President of Ukraine for Education and Support in Science. Thank you all, and I pass on, and mostly I am so grateful for the community that has grown from this, and to my colleagues, Sophia Dyak, and also to Mikhail Moravsky, to whom I pass on the word. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta, thank you, Sophia, and thank you to all of you for taking part in this discussion, and to all of our listeners, as well as those members of the audience who participated. It's been an extremely rich and quite exhausting, but in a good way, 3 days. We've raised, I think, a lot of truly important issues, multi-dimensional issues concerning the political economy of reconstruction, the political economy of destruction, the legal dimension, the aesthetic and experiential dimension of war, and its aftermath, and so many more. And if you haven't been able to catch the whole symposium, you can also do so on Zoom, on YouTube rather. We have every intention to render an edited book of edited transcripts and potentially some other content on the basis of this symposium. So hopefully in due course you'll also be able to download and access that book. But I just wanted to thank also all of our student volunteers, members of the UCL Ukrainian Society who've been putting up posters, our friends and colleagues in Kiev who've been and elsewhere in Ukraine who've been putting up posters and spreading the word about this event. Everybody who's engaged in these difficult questions. And as Marta and Sofia have already said, I hope that this community that we will the website of the conference and the various other materials that we've circulated will function as a resource for people to continue to being able to connect with each other. And if you need to have, if you can't find contact information for people who would like to get in touch with them, please feel free to get in touch with the organizers and we'll facilitate that. I also wanted to thank the interpreters who've been with us and who have been working with us so energetically and so hard over the last 3 days. Anna Ivanchenko, Christina Eliseva, and Natalia Stipenko, you've done extraordinary work that many of us haven't noticed much of the time, but we know that you're there and we're very grateful. And Dasha and Dan, I wonder whether you have any further comments. Dasha, is there anything more to add?
I mean, as I was saying that it's important to see people whom we do not see on screen. I will also extend thanks to my 2 colleagues, Mariana Mazurak and Victoria Panas, who enabled smoothest run of our Zoom. And I just want to say that, we've been thinking a lot about how different levels and talking, how they are interconnected, how we are interdependent. Mm-hmm. And I think that this really goes from local to global. And I think this is something, and from discipline to discipline, we probably sometimes lack the depth. But I think that what we really, I hope, achieved is to see the different parts and mosaics and the necessity to connect across and think about what that across means and how we have to challenge that across. And this is something.
Sorry.
Yeah, just it for me.
I just remembered that very importantly as well. I mean, obviously the initiatives that are represented in this discussion are all fantastic and do hard work and have already achieved a lot, but they are not all of the initiatives, not all of the groups that are working to help people in their everyday lives and working to plan various aspects of the reconstruction. And on our conference website, there is also a support section where we have listed several initiatives doing humanitarian work, as well as initiatives that are helping on a daily basis people whose houses, whose homes, and whose workplaces have been destroyed by war, to rebuild them. For example, the Chernihiv crew, Brave to Rebuild, HARP, Building Ukraine Together, Kiev Angels, Repair Together, Lviv Berech, and Dobrobat. So there is information there about these initiatives and links to payment pages where you can make payments to these groups to support
and
that.
If you know of more and you have yours, please just write us that you would like to have your information on this section, and we will be more than happy to include it there.
In solidarity.
Absolutely.
Solidarity.
Добраніч.
Well, Slava Ukraini.
Слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Дуже дякую. Bye-bye.
Дуже
everyone.
дякую. До побачення. До зустрічі.